My friend had been using me for years, relying on me to bail him out, and his lies eventually collapsed at the worst possible moment for him. I'm not trying to present myself as some clever or morally flawless person here. This is a story where I messed up badly and ignored more red flags than I'd like to admit. So don't expect a tale about a perfect good guy doing something heroic. I'm 26 now, and a few years back I worked at a very small IT support and network administration company. And when I say small, I mean tiny. At one point, it was just me, my boss, and his sister handling the bookkeeping. Our biggest contract was maintaining the entire tech infrastructure for a local charter school. The job was so large that we basically moved our office into a modular building on the school grounds. Eventually, the business grew enough to hire 2 more employees, and one of them became the central character of this whole mess. Everyone called him AJ, so I'll stick to that. We were all pretty close because in a company that small, you don't really have a choice. We even played Dungeons and Dragons every week. AJ and I got along especially well. He texted me outside of work, and eventually we considered each other friends. AJ had plenty of issues even back then. My boss often scolded him for acting weird around some of the teachers, and for a while he even dated one of them, which caused a lot of awkward situations. Honestly, he went through girlfriends like socks. I knew of at least 6 women he dated in that time, and none of those relationships lasted more than 2 months. A full-on carousel. I didn't treat it as my business back then. I was in a long-distance relationship and didn't pay attention to his patterns. Looking back, his attitude toward women should have been my first warning sign. But at the time, the worst thing I thought about him was that he had a serious drinking problem. Around that time, he started asking me for money. My own financial situation was shaky. I could only work limited hours because of a disability, and I barely managed to cover rent. But AJ would call asking for $50 or $100, swearing he'd pay it back the next week, which almost never happened. He always claimed it was urgent and begged me to help him. I'm not opposed to helping a friend in trouble, but he asked so often that it started putting me in danger of missing rent. I began writing down what he owed me because sometimes I literally couldn't help him unless he returned the money by my rent deadline. And of course, he kept promising he would, and didn't. Eventually, his debt to me hit about $2,000. He also relied on me after losing his license because of multiple DUIs. And when he had a major fight with his father and left home for a couple of months, I let him stay at my place until he reconciled with his dad. He constantly complained about how his father didn't care whether he lived or died, how he exploded over the smallest things. I felt like I was helping a friend who was going through a rough patch. I had no idea he was lying about half of it, just to squeeze more help out of me. Eventually, we both left that tech job. He was fired after skipping work for a week straight, and I left soon after for mental health reasons. We still kept in touch, mostly because he called me. It wasn't entirely one-sided. Sometimes he did something nice for me, like organizing outdoor cookouts where he paid for everything. And as someone who rarely goes anywhere, I genuinely appreciated that. At this point, you might think this will turn into the kind of story where I end up being the jerk. Don't worry, you'll change your mind soon enough, because this is where things really fall apart. One day, I got a call from the local detention center. AJ had been arrested, and he used his one phone call on me. Turns out he was in jail for domestic violence against his then-girlfriend, who quickly became his ex. According to him, it was mutual, and he just hit harder, wrapped in a long, dramatic explanation. He insisted he wasn't in the wrong. I didn't know what to believe. I had never seen him act aggressive, and I didn't have a great impression of his ex, so I believed his version. He spent a couple of months in jail, got released, and contacted me soon after. At some point, he met one of my closest friends. I'll call her Belle. I'd known her much longer than AJ.
We even briefly dated, but when it didn't work out romantically, we became extremely close friends. She's a massive bookworm, struggles with self-esteem, and is genuinely one of the kindest people I know. We broke up only because our libidos were wildly mismatched, but our friendship remained solid. Bell met AJ, and they started dating almost immediately. And unlike his previous relationships, this time I could hear both sides, his and hers. Less than a week into their relationship, Belle called me in a panic asking if I could pick her up. She was at AJ's house with no car and was scared to stay there. I practically floored the gas pedal driving to get her. She told me AJ got drunk, and what started as playful physical contact suddenly crossed the line and became something she clearly did not consent to.
She told him to stop, and he didn't. It never escalated into full-on sexual assault, but his complete disregard for consent terrified her. And to this day, I still feel guilty for not seeing the warning signs and letting it even get that close. But no one bears more responsibility for that moment than AJ himself. The next day, I confronted AJ hard. His response was to blame Belle, claiming she was lying and manipulating me. I saw through that instantly. I knew Belle too well to believe anything like that. A guy who had just spent a couple of months in jail for domestic violence trying to play innocent against a woman who couldn't lie to save her life? You didn't need to be Sherlock to figure out who was full of it. From that moment on, my friendship with AJ became nothing more than a transaction. I drove him around, he paid for gas, and slowly paid back the money he owed me. Over the next couple of months, I got about $1,000 out of him, half the debt. By then, our relationship was strictly business. I wanted to cut him off completely, but he had no other way to get to work, and he still owed me money. He kept telling me that my kindness inspired him to become a better person, which I now know was just another lie. I genuinely believed I was doing the right thing, but I was nothing more than a pawn. Some commenters later criticized me for staying in contact with him even after he tried to force himself on my friend, and given the context, they're absolutely right. That should have been the breaking point. But the whole house of cards collapsed soon after anyway. One day, I was driving him home from work and casually asked him something. I don't even remember what it was, something normal, harmless. His reaction was bizarrely defensive, which immediately raised a red flag for me. I pressed the question simply because his behavior was suspicious. That set him off like a bomb. He started yelling and insulting me over things that had nothing to do with the question. It escalated into a full-blown argument. When we got to his place, I dropped him off and left. Not long after I got home, my phone blew up. AJ had been arrested again. Here's what happened. He went inside, got into an argument with his father, and things escalated until AJ punched him in the face. Someone called the police, and AJ was taken away in handcuffs. His father filed for a restraining order to keep him away from the house. When everything came out, I ended up arguing with AJ's dad. We'd never liked each other, and we said plenty of unpleasant things. But as the argument went on, the tension disappeared because we realized we were both angry about things that weren't even true. AJ had been lying to both of us about the other. His father thought I was deliberately covering for AJ and helping him avoid all the measures put in place to deal with his alcoholism. I thought his father was the root of AJ's problems and that I'd been shielding AJ from him. Turns out his dad was actually a calm, reasonable guy. Once we pieced together the truth, we even got along. During that conversation, I learned a lot I had never known. I learned that AJ sometimes got physical with his 20-year-old brother. I learned he lied to me about why he needed money. Most of it was just to buy alcohol behind his father's back. I learned he lied about having ADHD, so I would give him some of my prescription meds to get high. I learned the real story behind his previous fight with his father, in which AJ was entirely at fault. And I learned that people stopped helping him because he drained everyone around him dry and never made any effort to change. Everything I heard matched what I had already started to suspect, but in reality, it was even worse. A few days later, AJ was released on bail. He tried to go home but wasn't allowed, so he ended up in a local homeless shelter. He messaged me again asking for help. That's when I finally told him everything in a long text. He had no explanation, just anger and wild accusations that everyone was conspiring against him. If I summarize my final message to him, it was basically, "I'm done pulling you out of the mess you created. You lied to me and used me. Maybe facing the real consequences of your actions will teach you something, or maybe it won't. Either way, it's not my problem anymore. Don't ever contact me again, not even to pay back the rest of the money." His last response was a string of curses. Then his number was disconnected. His father had stopped paying for it. Over the years, I've occasionally run into AJ's dad. Neither of us has heard from AJ since. I work delivery for DoorDash now, and he works at a local pizza chain, so sometimes our jobs overlap. The last I heard, AJ is living on the streets in a big city not far from here. I honestly hope he's learning one crucial lesson. Don't mistreat the people who are trying to help you. Eventually, they stop.
I was mistaken for a Disneyland employee, and someone actually tried to fire me. This happened almost 3 years ago. I had the chance to attend the soft opening of Shanghai Disneyland a couple of weeks before its official launch. I went with a youth group from my church. It was a great day. The park wasn't crowded, and we rode most of the main attractions with only 20-30 minutes of waiting. By the end of the day, everyone was exhausted from walking, so we decided to stop by the only gift shop that was open. It was in Tomorrowland, and since it was a trial run for friends and family of the staff, the shop only had sample items, one of each product that would later appear in the regular stores. Every sample had a tag with the product number, name, and price. Signs everywhere instructed guests to write the item numbers, quantities, and sizes on the provided sheets and give them to an actual employee who would fetch the real merchandise from the back. For context, I attended an international English-speaking private school in Shanghai, so my English was much stronger than most local kids. While wandering through the store, I noticed a girl I knew from inter-school sports events. She was with a woman I assumed was her mom. They were digging through a bin of plush toys, so I helped them find the one they wanted. Halfway through, I sensed someone standing behind me. I ignored it, thinking it was a family member of theirs, and wrote down the number for the Mickey plush they wanted. They walked off happy, and I continued browsing the pile. Maybe something would catch my eye, too. When I finally straightened up to go find my group, I was met with the fakest, most strained smile I had ever seen. The woman who'd been hovering behind me was suddenly inches from my face, so close I could feel her hot, sour breath on my collarbone. It was weird, but I was tired and assumed she was just awkwardly trying to look friendly. I muttered a quick sorry and stepped aside. That's when she shouted, "Hey, you!" And then I felt it. Her sweaty, sticky fingers with long acrylic nails clamping around my arm. I turned around slowly and was immediately slapped in the face by a t-shirt she shoved toward me. "You need these shirts in a size L, and your selection is terrible. There's barely anything here." "What?" was all I managed before she snapped again. "Just check in the back. I know you have more." I looked around. Her 2 kids were standing behind her with their arms full of sample toys. She had 3 shirts draped over her arms. Several shoppers, maybe a dozen, had stopped what they were doing to stare. "You're not supposed to touch these. They're samples. The signs literally say not to." "You don't get to tell me what I can and can't buy. Who's in charge here? Get your manager. Clearly, you're not trained." "I don't work here. I was just helping a friend." "So you only work for customers who are your friends?" I blinked. "What?" Right then, one of the guys from my church group called out to me in Chinese, asking if I was done. I decided it wasn't worth the energy and headed toward him. Behind me, she shrieked, "Stop!" And then louder, "You're supposed to help me, not them. You speak English. You should be helping an American customer, not one of your Chinese people. And I can't even find the sizes I want." 2 things enraged me instantly. First,
The way she said, "You're Chinese people," like she was complaining to her PTA friends about someone else's child being better than hers. Second, she completely ignored everything I said and contradicted herself, calling me untrained because I didn't work there, then insisting I was literally trained to serve her specifically. Without turning around, I snapped, "I don't work here, and you're acting like a..." Then I faced her and added, "And none of this is my problem." I heard a dramatic gasp like something out of a sitcom and saw her lunge toward me. For a moment, I genuinely worried her 90 kilos were about to crush my scrawny 60 kilos. She swung the t-shirt on its hanger at me like a weapon. Instinct kicked in, I lifted my hands and awkwardly caught it mid-swing, shoved her arm away, and bolted straight for the exit. At that moment, I was shaking with fear and confusion. No one, aside from my own mother during my bratty toddler years, had ever tried to hit me like that.
I found my friends near the keychain display and tried to blend into the crowd while quickly telling them about the lunatic who just tried to attack me. After I failed to convince everyone to leave immediately, they handed their purchase sheets to a real store employee. And that's when I heard it. A shrill, drawn-out scream delivered in the tone people use when they talk to someone they think is mentally impaired. "Your worker assaulted me." Every word was punctuated with wild hand flailing. I saw the poor manager, already looking like he was one complaint away from a meltdown after a full day of angry Disney fans shouting in languages he barely understood. At that exact moment, I got one more insult hurled at me from the woman for running away, and something inside me snapped. I decided I wasn't letting her intimidate me again. I walked up to the manager and calmly said in Chinese, "She's crazy. She tried to hit me because she assumed I work here and got angry when I didn't help her." Meanwhile, the woman was screeching at him, "It's her! It's her!" The manager almost completely ignored her. I was the only one speaking a language he understood. He said he would call security, but there wasn't any staff available right then. She kept screaming that he was discriminating against her because he wasn't speaking to her while I was discussing with him what to do. Then she completely lost it. She grabbed the manager by the arms and started shaking him, demanding that he fire me. The manager shoved her off, pointed a finger in her face, and said, in his broken English, "No touch." She froze, stunned, stumbled back a few steps, and then dramatically collapsed onto the floor. Then came the theatrics. She flailed her arms and wailed like a toddler mid-tantrum. Shoppers from all over the store, including the girl I helped earlier, my entire church group, and several employees gathered around to watch her roll and scream on the ground. She paused occasionally to check whether people were still watching, then immediately went back to shrieking. Locals pulled out their phones the moment they realized a hysterical foreign woman was causing a spectacle in Disneyland. When she noticed that nobody pitied her, that people were only filming her meltdown, she snapped again. "I have never been so humiliated. 6 years in China. You people are awful." She jabbed her sausage-like finger at me. 6 years, and this is what I get? 6 years in China, and she still hadn't learned a single word of Chinese. How did she even function? I muttered the only thing my brain could come up with, "Yeah, go to hell." But of course, she wasn't done. "No, you go to hell. You're a rude brat. My husband will have you fired. You ruined my boy's day." "Sure, I don't even work here. I don't owe you anything." She was still sitting on the floor when I turned around, walked back to my group, and said in Chinese, "Let's go." We left and headed to the cheesecake factory, where I told the rest of the story. Our group leader scolded me for being rude, but admitted she was even a bigger... Edit, for clarity. My entire group, including me, was wearing white Mickey Mouse t-shirts from Uniqlo. Yes, technically Disney-themed, but nothing like a uniform. All actual employees were wearing Mickey ears, sailor hats, and name tags.
A lot of people assume she was just a rude tourist, but she was definitely an expat. Probably a wealthy one, too. The opening was only accessible to people with ties to Disney, sponsors, or the companies that designed or built the park. Someone in our church group was an architect who designed most of the restaurants, and that's how we got in. The girl I helped earlier? Her dad was a high-ranking executive at a car company sponsoring one of the attractions. So that woman, or her husband, must have had personal or business connections too. That's the only way she got inside.
My grandparents gave me a trip to Rome, but my parents forced me to hand it over to my golden child's sister. She ended up crashing on the way to the airport, so I took my ticket back and went anyway. Hi, I'm 18, and for my birthday, my grandparents on my dad's side gifted me a plane ticket to Rome plus a check for travel expenses. I was beyond excited. But the very next day, my parents started pressuring me to be selfless and give the trip to my older sister, June. She's 21 and the golden child of the family, if that wasn't already obvious. Their excuse? June is studying architecture, and seeing Rome in person would be an amazing opportunity for her resume and her language skills. I pointed out that I'm going into literature, and Rome would be just as valuable for me, but they didn't care. The kicker? June had already been given the same choice at 18. Grandparents offered her a trip abroad, but she turned it down and asked for cash instead. My turn finally came, and suddenly I'm not allowed to enjoy it. For weeks, the arguments dragged on. My parents guilt-tripped me, listing every sacrifice they've made for me, calling it a small favor to give up this trip. I resisted at first, until one day they slipped up and said they didn't want the trip wasted on me. That broke me. Basically, if I went, it was worthless, but if June went, it mattered. They tried to backtrack, but the damage was done. Eventually, I gave in and said, fine, whatever. I figured there was no way the airline would even allow them to change the ticket. So I still had my check, at least. But somehow, they pulled strings. On the day of the flight, June showed up with my boarding pass and headed to the airport instead. And then, karma hit. On the way, we got a call. June had been in a car accident. Apparently, she grabbed the steering wheel of the taxi because she thought the driver was taking the wrong route. The car spun out and hit a tree. June walked away with scratches, but the poor driver took the full impact. Broken arm, deep head gash, hospitalized. He's suing her now, and my parents are panicking, trying to cover the damages with their savings. When they told me what happened, I snapped. The words just slipped out. That's karma for forcing me to give up Rome. They were horrified, told me I was heartless, that words carry weight, and now they finally saw my true selfish nature. Hypocrisy much? They literally told me my trip would be wasted if I went, but apparently that wasn't cruel. Furious, I grabbed a small bag, ordered a taxi, and headed to the hospital myself. I realized in that moment, no matter what I did, my family would never see me as worthy or equal, so why keep sacrificing for them? When I arrived, June was busy spinning her version of the accident to the cops, trying to claim it wasn't her fault. I didn't even bother arguing. I just walked up and asked her one thing. Do you still have my boarding pass? Update. My grandparents gave me a trip to Rome. My parents forced me to give it to my golden child's sister. She crashed on the way to the airport, and I ended up taking the ticket back and flying anyway. So, yeah, here's what happens next. When I confronted June at the hospital, she looked completely stunned and confused. I didn't even wait for her to respond. I grabbed her bag, dug through it, and found my boarding pass. Without another word, I bolted out, jumped into the taxi, and rushed straight to the airport. I barely made it in time, but somehow, against all odds, I ended up on the plane. And then it hit me.
I was actually flying to Rome. I didn't check my phone until I landed. And wow, my family is furious. My parents think I'm a heartless monster because, in their words, I abandoned my sister after the accident. The accident she caused herself, might I add. June is pissed because she claims I stole her chance, when in reality, she stole mine first. All I did was take back what was mine to begin with. Apparently, the family consensus is that I was wrong and owe everyone an apology. June even texted me that her parents are draining their savings to pay off the taxi driver who's suing her for damages, and that I should be helpful by handing over the birthday check my grandparents gave me. According to her, I'm selfish for traveling while the family is suffering. But honestly, I don't think I owe anyone anything. To answer some of the questions people had, the boarding pass issue. I'm 99% sure my parents never actually figured out how to legally transfer the ticket. June probably just planned to show up and bluff her way through security. If they'd really switched the booking, I wouldn't have been able to board with my passport. So their plan was just smoke and mirrors, and it backfired. Why I still live at home? It's complicated. I grew up believing that if I just tried harder, my parents would eventually treat me like they treat June. I spent 18 years trying to earn their love, never realizing how toxic that mindset was. Moving in with my grandparents never seemed like an option. They live far out of town, and honestly, I thought keeping the peace with my parents was my best shot. Spoiler, it wasn't. But now I'm realizing I don't have to live like this anymore. My relationship with June? We've never been close. I don't hate her, she doesn't hate me, we just don't get along. She's always been controlling, the kind of person who had to sit in the front seat even on family trips. So of course she tried to take the wheel from the taxi driver because she thought she knew the faster route. That's exactly the kind of thing she does. And yes, my parents aren't doing great financially. Mom's a nurse, dad's a high school football coach. They rely heavily on my grandparents' help. Now, with this lawsuit hanging over them, they're in real trouble. If they want financial help from my grandparents, they'll have to admit what actually happened, which I doubt they're eager to do.
Update number 1. I've had a couple of days to think it over, and honestly, I've decided not to waste this trip worrying about my parents or June. This is probably the last chance I'll get for years. Once I start college, I won't have this kind of freedom again. So I'm going to enjoy Rome. My sister made her choices, my parents made theirs. For once in my life, I'm choosing me. Update number 2. My Rome trip changed everything. Now I live with my grandparents. They're adults and they can deal with their own mess. It's not my fault they tried to take something that was never theirs to begin with and ended up facing the consequences. You guys were right. It was foolish of me to ever expect them to appreciate my sacrifice. They'll always resent me no matter what I do. So why should I keep giving up my happiness for them? Right now, I'm having the best time of my life in Rome. This morning, I finally opened up to my grandparents about everything. How my parents have treated me all these years, how they've always put June first, and how I was constantly overlooked. Even my closest friends never knew the full story. So telling my grandparents felt like a huge weight lifted off my chest. They were shocked that it had gone on for so long and that I kept quiet. I told them I always thought if I just stay quiet and keep trying to be the perfect daughter, eventually my parents will love me too. But now I finally understand. That day will never come. My grandparents told me I did the right thing. They insisted that when I come back from Rome, I should go straight to their house instead of my parents'. They said they'll make all the arrangements for me to move in with them. When I reminded them that I'll be starting college in the fall, they smiled and said that's not a problem. They'll cover all my expenses themselves. That one conversation literally changed my life. For the first time, I know where I'll belong when I return.
My parents are furious, of course. They never planned to pay for my college anyway. They had told me from the start that, since they already paid for June's education, I was on my own. But now it doesn't matter. I'll be okay. Update number 3. My trip ended a few days ago, and I'm officially living with my grandparents. When I got back, I went straight to their house, and to my surprise, they had already prepared a guest room for me and even hired movers to bring all my things from my parents' place. They welcomed me so warmly, I almost cried. They told me what happened after our phone call. Apparently, the night of June's accident, my parents had called my grandparents asking for help. They didn't want to dip into their own savings or risk a lawsuit, especially since the dashcam footage clearly showed June was at fault. The only way out was a settlement, but the taxi driver was asking for a huge sum. When they all met, my grandparents first asked my parents about me, whether it was true they had always treated me unfairly and even forced me to give up my Rome trip. My parents tried to brush it off, saying it wasn't the time to discuss me since I was off partying in Rome. But my grandparents pressed, and eventually my parents snapped and admitted everything. They said yes, it was true, but claimed I deserved it, because I abandoned the family when things got hard. They accused me of showing up at the hospital only to snatch the boarding pass, not caring about June. They even said I'd always been jealous because June was better at everything. Then they called me spoiled and selfish, and told my grandparents that when I returned, they wouldn't tolerate me anymore. That was the final straw. My grandparents cut ties with them on the spot. My parents told them if they wanted to take me in, then fine, because they were done with me anyway. Hearing all this broke my heart. Deep down, I always knew my parents didn't care about me, but having them outright say it, that hurt more than I can describe. I cried so much that night. But through it all, my grandparents stood by me. They've shown me what family is supposed to feel like. For the first time in my life, I finally feel safe. This is my home now until I leave for college in a couple of months. And honestly, I couldn't be more grateful. Update number 4. My grandparents completely changed my life, and my parents got a reality check. When I leave for college, I won't have to worry about a thing. My grandparents are covering all my expenses. Since returning, I haven't spoken to my parents or June at all. I didn't even read their last messages because I wanted to just enjoy my trip. June's messages were all the same, calling me selfish, spoiled, worthless, and saying she's glad she doesn't have to deal with me anymore because I'm unworthy of her company. Honestly, I think she got it backwards. She's the one unworthy of mine. But I really don't care. The words that hurt most come from my parents, though even their words no longer surprise me.
They sent messages accusing me of being heartless, saying they should have stopped me at the hospital, claiming it was their fault for not raising me properly, and pointing out that even at the hospital, I escaped to go on the trip. They kept repeating things like, "We did everything to give you a comfortable life." Comfortable life doesn't equal good childhood, I thought. Sure, they fed me, clothed me, and put a roof over my head, but that doesn't erase years of neglect, favoritism, and emotional harm. They said I complained out of jealousy of June, and therefore calling them villains was unfair. Then they concluded by calling me a void, saying I wasted their time and energy, and now they're finally happy without me. It stung, and I nearly cried. But after talking with my grandparents, I promised myself I would no longer let their cruel words break me. I blocked my parents, cutting off all contact. I need to start healing and maybe erase their toxic influence from my mind. I don't know if I can do it completely, but I will try. The funniest, most insane part happened today. It's been almost 2 weeks since I returned from Rome. I had no clue what was going on with my parents or June. I assumed they were still scrambling money for the taxi settlement. But today, out of nowhere, my parents showed up at my grandparents' house, clearly ready for revenge. Thankfully, they didn't even acknowledge me. They went straight to the living room where my grandparents were. I froze, unsure what to do, but my grandparents told me to sit with them. They could see the looks on my parents' faces, annoyance, anger, but nothing was said out loud. When my grandparents asked why they had come, The parents said they still expected compensation for all the money they supposedly spent on me over the years. They pulled out documents claiming I owed them almost $120,000 for raising me. I was floored. The audacity. These were the people who had done the bare minimum, and now they were trying to profit off of it? My grandparents calmly asked to speak privately, leaving me out. After a few tense minutes, they came back and said they were willing to pay, but only if my parents returned all the money they had borrowed from my grandparents over the years. That was it. My parents were completely blindsided, and I couldn't stop laughing. Eventually, they shouted, slammed the door, and left. I don't think they'll be back anytime soon, and honestly, it doesn't matter. My grandparents have proven they can handle them, and my father being their only son doesn't change anything. I leave for college in a few months, and for the first time in my life, I'm genuinely excited. Looking back, going to Rome was probably the best decision I've ever made. It not only gave me an amazing trip, but also helped me finally claim my life and freedom.
I caught my girlfriend cheating with my closest friend, turned him over to the police, and cut all ties with her. My late wife, Rachel, and I grew up in a medium-sized town with around 30,000 people. We'd known each other since we were about 6 years old and were practically inseparable. By 16, we started dating, and when we turned 18, we moved a few hours away to pursue jobs. At 20, we got married and bought our first house. 2 years later, she became pregnant with our son. That's when tragedy struck. About 5 weeks before her maternity leave, a massive shelving unit at her workplace collapsed on her. I was told that she and our unborn baby were killed instantly. 2 of her coworkers were also caught in the accident. One was left paralyzed, and the other lost a leg. The cruel reality was that her employer had chosen to keep using old, unsafe storage racks to save money instead of replacing them. To this day, I can't forgive the executives and managers responsible. They stole the love of my life and ended my child's future before it even began. Not long after, the company offered what they called a settlement. To me, it was nothing but blood money. They wanted to avoid a lawsuit, but I wanted justice. Thankfully, the case gained media attention, politicians got involved, and the trial was fast-tracked. Within 3 years, the payout was nearly 10 times what they initially tried to offer. Several executives were fired, fined, and some even ended up in prison. During this time, I continued working at my telecommunications job. My mother, God bless her, moved in with me to help, and honestly, I don't think I would have survived that period without her support. Around the same time, I was offered a promotion that required frequent travel across the state. Instead, I requested to be based out of my hometown branch so I could both cover statewide work and be close to my roots. They agreed. Eventually, I bought a house there, which allowed me to have my own space without constantly crashing at my parents' place whenever I came home. 4 years passed. One Friday, after returning from a work trip, I was catching up on tasks in my office when Harry, the branch director, stopped by. We had grown up in the same town, though at different schools, and after my return, we became close friends. He invited me to a party at his place that evening. It was last minute, but I agreed. I felt like I needed a night with friends. That night, Harry introduced me to Catherine, a new employee who had just relocated to the area. We clicked instantly. As cliché as it sounds, she reminded me so much of Rachel it was uncanny. 2 years of dating later, Catherine moved into my home. Everything was going well. She got along with my parents, Rachel's family approved of her, and for nearly a year, life felt normal again. Then things started to shift. Our video calls during my trips became shorter. Neighbors mentioned seeing a car, one that matched Harry's, parked behind my house when I was away. I even noticed clothing in the closet that wasn't mine. Every sign pointed to betrayal, but when I confronted her, Catherine insisted it was innocent. She claimed Harry occasionally stopped by to discuss work matters and never stayed the night. I convinced myself I was just paranoid and tried to move on, though deep down the doubt lingered. 6 months later, the truth hit me in the face. I had just closed a major deal, and the negotiations wrapped up earlier than expected. Instead of staying out of town, I booked an earlier flight home, wanting to surprise Catherine. A few hours later, I arrived in my hometown. Rather than pulling into the driveway, I parked in the alley behind the house, hoping to sneak in and give her a happy surprise. But part of me wanted to see if that mystery car was really there. And sure enough, it was. Parked directly at the back entrance was Harry's car. My stomach sank. For a split second, I hoped maybe it belonged to someone else, a careless neighbor perhaps, but the license plate confirmed it was his. My pulse skyrocketed as I stepped out, walking toward the rear of the house. And that's when I saw something that made my heart plummet. Time froze when I walked into my own kitchen and saw my closest friend having sex with my girlfriend on the counter. My mind went blank. 1,000 questions swirled inside me. Was this real? Was I dreaming? Why were they doing this in my house of all places? Shattered, I turned and slipped away unnoticed. I sat in my car for what felt like an eternity, tears running down my face. But grief quickly gave way to rage, the same kind of fury I once felt toward the people responsible for Rachel's death. Only this time, I had no intention of using violence. I considered myself a pacifist, but I knew I could still ruin their lives in a different way. I reversed down the alley, far enough to keep Harry's car in sight, then drove back near the front gate where I could watch the house. I called Catherine. They were still going at it when her phone rang. I watched them pause, glance at the screen, and exchange looks when they saw my name. She hesitated but didn't pick up. Seconds later, they resumed. I dialed again. This time, she answered. I hung up immediately. Moments later, she called me back, asking why I was ringing so late. I told her I'd be home in 10 minutes and didn't want to scare her by showing up unexpectedly. She faked excitement, said she was glad I was coming home, and quickly ended the call, claiming she needed to change clothes. Not long after, Harry bolted out the gate half-dressed, leapt into his car, and sped off like the devil was chasing him. I couldn't help but smirk, knowing I had terrified them both into thinking they'd been caught. I waited a few minutes, then parked where Harry's car had been. The rest of the night went quietly. Once she was asleep, I slipped into my office at the end of the hall, wide awake. I needed a plan. My mother had always taught me to let karma do its work, but this time, karma was going to get some help. I decided to punish them separately, but destroy both of their lives. I knew Harry was into substances, nothing hardcore, but enough to ruin his career if exposed. I'd stumbled upon some powder and weed at his place once, though he tried to cover it up. I pretended not to notice then, but now it was exactly what I needed. I began contacting shady clients and made several purchases, building up a stash over a few weeks. Soon I had more than enough to execute my plan. A month later, I hosted a barbecue for friends, Harry included. Once I made sure he had drunk plenty, I convinced him to crash at my place. Early the next morning, I planted the stash and some of my personal belongings inside his car, the largest amount hidden under the spare tire compartment. I also slipped a smaller stash into his home later when I dropped him off too drunk to drive himself. Days later, I staged a burglary. I smashed the glass in my kitchen's back door and left it ajar before heading to the airport. When my plane landed, I had several messages waiting. One from my panicked mother, who discovered the broken door and called the police, one from Catherine in tears, and one from local authorities asking me to return their call. I told the police I was away on business and would speak to them once I got back. In the meantime, I asked Catherine to stay at my parents' house until I returned, and arranged through my father to have a security company install cameras and an alarm system. When I came home, I acted the part. Shocked, confused, and upset. How could this happen? Who would want to break into my home? After a police walkthrough confirmed missing personal items, I filed a report. The security rep then showed Catherine and me how the system worked. She nervously asked what to do if we wanted privacy while being intimate. He assured her it was a common question and showed how to disable cameras in certain areas. As I escorted him out, I asked him if he could also set up email alerts for whenever the cameras were switched off. He happily obliged. Perfect. All I had to do now was wait. Meanwhile, I quietly consulted a family lawyer. I needed to be absolutely certain that when the time came, I could legally walk away from Catherine without paying her a cent or splitting any property. Since I wasn't entirely sure whether Catherine and I could be considered common-law partners, I wanted to make certain she'd never have a legal claim to anything that once belonged to Rachel and me. As Rachel's sole heir, the last thing I needed was a legal ambush. Thankfully, my lawyer assured me. Despite nearly 4 years of dating, Catherine and I hadn't lived together long enough to qualify as common-law spouses. On top of that, since I paid all the bills and she had never contributed toward rent, she had no financial or legal grounds to demand anything. To cover every possibility, though, he drafted what felt like a bulletproof document just in case she ever tried. The following week, my company offered me a promotion with a relocation back to the city. It meant leading a team and, more importantly, no more endless travel. The move would take about 6 weeks. Plenty of time to collect the evidence I needed.
Back in my hometown, I set the final stage of my plan in motion. I asked Harry to approve a week off for Catherine in about 2 weeks' time. I told him I wanted to surprise her with a vacation before taking the biggest step of my life again. He jumped up, hugged me hard, congratulating me for being ready to commit once more. I hugged him back, though not for the reason he thought. He agreed to block off the week, and I asked him to keep it quiet so it would be a surprise. Of course, I knew word would spread in the office. That was part of my design. That evening, I told Catherine I'd booked her and 2 of her friends a week-long spa retreat, all expenses paid. She squealed with excitement, like a child let loose in a candy shop. I then told her I'd be busy in the city preparing for a big client meeting and would fly out, not returning until after she was already gone. She looked a little disappointed, but I assured her the surprise would be worth it when she came back. What I didn't tell her was that I had quietly arranged a 2-week getaway for myself on the other side of the country, both to enjoy a taste of freedom and to brace myself for the storm that was about to break. 2 Sundays later, I returned and drove past my house. Sure enough, Harry's car was there, just as it had been the first night I caught them. I parked a little farther away and checked the cameras. They were asleep in my bed. No shock there. I already had 2 weeks' worth of recordings of them together. That's when I made my first call. Pretending to be a concerned neighbor, I told the police there was a man loitering in his car behind my property, occasionally handing things through car windows and peering into my yard. I said I suspected he might be dealing or planning a break-in. I gave them his license plate and vehicle description. They promised to send someone. Then I phoned Catherine, saying I'd be home in 10 minutes. I reminded her that although she was flying out the next day, I wanted to surprise her now. Watching the footage later, I laughed at the chaos I'd set off. Within seconds, Harry bolted shirtless out the back door and scrambled into his car. I couldn't have scripted it better. As he sped off, a police cruiser turned down the alley and immediately began pursuit. Perfect timing. I parked, greeted a very flustered Catherine, and played the part of the loving partner. We did the usual couple routines, then she fell asleep. I, of course, stayed awake. The next day, a taxi came to take her and her friends to the airport. Once they left, I waited a few hours, then called a friend in the moving business. I asked him to help me box up Catherine's belongings and put them into storage that Friday. He agreed. Later that day, the police called. They wanted me to come identify items seized from a suspect the night before, items that matched the list of stolen property I had reported. I smiled, realizing my setup for Harry was now in motion, and told them I'd come by soon. When I arrived, not all of my missing things had been found yet. They were likely still at his house, awaiting a full search. But it hardly mattered. In a town this small, gossip spreads faster than fire. Harry was already disgraced, and within days he was fired outright for drug possession and stolen goods. That same evening, the company's executives formally apologized to me on behalf of the firm.
Afterward, I went to my parents' house and explained what had happened, leaving out a few of the uglier details, and told them, as well as Rachel's parents, that I'd accepted a promotion and was moving back to the city, but without Catherine. They were disappointed I hadn't confided in them sooner, but relieved to see I hadn't stooped to her level. They gave their blessing to my plan to simply vanish from her life. After a long night of drinks, laughter, and a few tears, I returned home. By Friday afternoon, after a grueling week of lining up cleaners, preparing the house for rental, and closing tasks at the local office, I packed up a few last items, stopped at my parents to say goodbye, and then made one final detour. Becky, one of Rachel's closest childhood friends, had been my quiet accomplice. She was the only person, aside from my lawyer, who knew the truth, though I spared her the details about Harry. Without her help, I couldn't have pulled things together so quickly. I handed her a large envelope containing everything: video evidence of Catherine's affair, a personal letter, and legal documents drafted by my attorney forbidding Catherine from contacting me. It also included instructions on how she could retrieve her belongings from the storage unit I had rented. Becky promised to deliver it when the time came. Then I drove back to the city. On Sunday morning, I woke to a flood of missed calls, voicemails, and angry texts. Catherine had cut her trip short after hearing something had happened back home, only to find an empty house with a "for rent" sign planted in the yard. In a panic, she rushed to my parents' house. They closed the door in her face. She called around frantically until finally reaching Becky and learned about the envelope. As expected, she didn't take it well. Soon the messages began pouring in, furious accusations that I'd set up Harry, threats, pleas, everything in between. I half expected her to show up at my door in the city, but she never did. Now, to answer the questions people always ask, what happened to Harry? He's facing a few months behind bars. Since it's his first offense, he'll likely serve less, but I don't regret it. He grew up with Rachel and I, knew exactly how shattered I had been after losing her, and still chose betrayal. The police already had plenty to work with. All I did was give them a reason to look closer. What about Catherine? She fancied herself a socialite. Her status meant everything to her, and exposure was the only thing she couldn't survive. Word of her affair spread quickly in a small town. Her reputation was destroyed, and last I heard, she'd moved to another state because she couldn't handle the fallout. Was it legal? Surprisingly, yes. I covered every base with my lawyer. I had every right to move her belongings into storage, to cut her off, and to disappear. Morally, I know it was cold. I dangled what she thought was the happiest moment of her life, only to turn it into ashes. But that was the point, to let her feel the collapse I had felt once before. And finally, to those who think I'm lying, chasing internet clout, or that I'm some kind of sociopath, believe what you want. Stories like mine could happen anywhere. And as for labels, well, in this day and age, who doesn't have a touch of madness in them? I threw out my pregnant sister-in-law's food. My brother and his wife, Laura, who's 7 months pregnant, have been staying with us for about a week while he interviews for a job in our city. My kids adore having their aunt and uncle around, and everything had been going smoothly. Yesterday, Laura went grocery shopping and came back with several bags. I thanked her, but told her it really wasn't necessary. Our kitchen is already stocked, and their company is more than enough. She said she wanted to buy food herself, and most of the items were things she was seriously craving. As I helped her unpack, I noticed almost everything contained peanuts. Cookies, crackers, peanut butter, even some kind of peanut-filled cake. My stomach dropped, because she knows my 8-year-old son has a severe peanut allergy. We don't keep anything with peanuts in the house. When he was younger, we had a medical emergency that nearly cost his life. Ever since then, peanuts are a hard no. I tried not to be rude, but I told her I wasn't comfortable having that stuff in my home. Laura insisted she'd be careful. She wouldn't eat it around him or the other kids. She'd clean up afterward, she promised. She said her pregnancy cravings were intense and she really needed these snacks. Look, I have 4 kids. I know pregnancy cravings can be weird. I personally never had any that extreme, but every woman is different. I explained everything to my son and told him not to touch her snacks or be near her when she ate them. Fine. Problem solved. Or so I thought. This morning, I went downstairs early to make breakfast. I opened the fridge and found strawberries covered in peanut butter sitting right on the shelf with no container. Next to them, an open jar of peanut butter with the lid barely hanging on, and a plate of cold, soggy peanut butter sandwiches because apparently she likes them that way. I was furious. I've read enough about airborne allergens to know this was not safe. I grabbed a trash bag and started dumping everything inside. Her food, our food, all of it. I didn't care. I planned to take the bag straight to a shelter and explain why I couldn't keep it. Laura walked in while I was still fuming and asked what I was doing. I didn't hide my anger. She immediately got defensive, saying I had no right to throw away her food, that her baby needed it, and that I was being cruel to a pregnant woman. I told her point blank that I didn't care. If she couldn't respect my rules or my child's safety, then her cravings were not my problem. My kid could die. She stormed upstairs, packed her things, came back down, grabbed the bag of food, and left in tears. My brother called about half an hour later during a break in his interview. He was upset with both of us, said everyone was overreacting and that our son was still perfectly fine. When my husband came home, I told him everything, and he immediately took my side. So, was I wrong? Before we move on to the update, I'd love to hear your thoughts. Honestly, I can understand both sides here. If I were the pregnant woman, I'd probably feel humiliated and confused too. Someone throwing away all the groceries I bought, including my own food, because of a few peanut butter snacks? I'd be annoyed. But I also fully understand the mom. You simply cannot risk your child's life just to satisfy someone else's cravings. The unborn baby doesn't need peanut butter. It's a craving, not a medical necessity. Looking at the situation logically, the mom was right to prioritize her son's safety. Severe allergies are no joke, and if airborne peanut particles are even a small possibility, she had to act. The pregnant woman showed a shocking level of carelessness. So what do you think? Whose side are you on? Update 1. As many commenters predicted, Laura immediately ran to my family to complain. To her credit, she didn't twist the story. She told it exactly as it happened. And my mother was furious. She called me out of breath like she'd sprinted a mile, right after giving Laura a long lecture and making sure my son was okay. I can only imagine what she said to her. Even my stepdad gave Laura one of his signature disapproving glares, the kind that could make a grown adult rethink their entire life. My brother came by later that evening to pick up his things. For some reason, Laura had only packed hers. He apologized for what happened and said he'd talk to her once she calmed down. According to him, she'd been crying non-stop ever since leaving my mom's place and now felt completely unwanted in our family. And of course, he blamed me for that. My husband stepped in and told him enough was enough, that Laura's feelings didn't outweigh what we had gone through, and that she needed to stop acting like the victim. He pointed out that I'd been scrubbing the house from top to bottom for hours because of her stunt. Yes, I panicked a little and launched into a full deep clean, especially in the kitchen. My brother stormed out, saying we were impossible to reason with because we're both too stubborn. Now that I've calmed down, I do feel bad that Laura is hurt and feels unwelcome. That was never my intention. I'm actually considering apologizing, not for what I did, because I still believe I was right, but for how I reacted. I should never have agreed to let peanut products into the house in the first place, and I definitely could have handled the fridge situation more calmly.
Update 2. A lot of people asked for a continuation, so here it is. After my mom finished tearing into Laura and my brother yelled at me and my husband, I followed the advice many of you gave me and sent them both a long message. It came out messy and emotional, but I wrote about everything, how upsetting the situation was, how much their attitude hurt us, and that we were stepping back and limiting contact until we were ready to talk again. I sent the message the day after he grabbed his luggage and left. My brother left it on read without opening it, so I figured that was the end. But a couple days later, Laura called me. I hesitated, but curiosity won. At first she tried making small talk, but when she realized I wasn't in the mood, she got to the point. She apologized. She said she had no excuse other than blaming hormones, and admitted she'd acted horribly. We ended up talking for a long time, and by the end of the conversation, I actually felt relieved, like maybe we could move past this. She also told me she still wanted us to come to her birthday. The celebration wouldn't be at a restaurant anymore. They spent more than expected on the hotel, just like everyone predicted, so she'd be hosting it at their house. I told her I'd discuss it with my husband. My brother later sent a message too, apologizing and saying he'd only been trying to defend her. My husband still felt it was too soon to reconcile, but he left the final decision to me, and honestly, I believed her apology. She had never behaved like that before, and she genuinely sounded embarrassed and remorseful. My sister, whom Laura also apologized to after my sister absolutely tore into her, and my parents were invited as well. But all the kids wanted to have a cousin sleepover instead of coming with us. After talking to my sister, we agreed that's what we'd do. Our usual babysitters are 16-year-old twin girls who live next door with their single mom. They're great, responsible, sweet, and have been helping us with the kids for over a year now, whenever my husband and I go on date nights. That matters for context. Since we were adding my sister's 2 kids to the group, I asked their mom if she could help the twins that evening. She agreed. So I called Laura and told her Richard and I would attend. When we arrived at their house, Laura met us at the door. We handed her the gift and stepped inside, but she looked a bit confused that the kids weren't with us. I reminded her that it was supposed to be an adults-only evening. The same thing happened when my sister and her husband showed up. Dinner was awkward. No matter how hard we tried to ease the tension, the conversation felt stiff. Still, I thought it was progress. Then Laura asked again why the kids hadn't come. She said she'd even cooked a special dish just for them. I hadn't mentioned the kids when confirming we'd attend, so I felt guilty, apologized, and thanked her for the thought. My sister jumped in and mentioned that the kids were having a cousin sleepover tonight, and she couldn't wait until our future nephew was old enough to join them. Laura smiled and said, "Oh, I'm sure he'll be best friends with his cousins, my kids and your stepkids." That irritated me instantly. In our family, nobody uses words like step or half about the kids, but I held my tongue for the sake of peace. My sister technically is my stepsister. I mentioned my stepdad in my first post. I usually just call him by his name, but he's been a father figure since I was 10. My sister shot Laura an offended look, and my brother nudged his wife quietly with a face that clearly said, "What are you doing?" We ate in tense silence for a few minutes, barely keeping conversation alive, until Laura asked again about the kids, specifically who was watching them if all 4 parents were sitting at the table. I told her that our neighbors, the mom and the twin daughters, were babysitting tonight. Laura burst out laughing and joked that those girls and their mother must be so incompetent that all 3 of them could barely handle my kids. For context, I have 4 children. Maybe I'm biased, but they're well behaved, just a little too energetic sometimes for me, and I'm the one who gave birth to them. Add my sister's 2 kids on top of that, and it becomes too much for a pair of 16-year-old girls, even for just a couple of hours. We left at 7 p.m. and planned to be back by 11. It had nothing to do with the girls or their mom being bad babysitters. They're wonderful people, and my children adore them. Before I even opened my mouth, my own mother cut in. With a perfect smile, she said, "How sweet of you, Laura, to volunteer your expertise and babysit next time." Laura shut up. Dinner became even tenser after that. When we finished eating, Laura brought out dessert, and my brother pulled a cake from the fridge. That's when I completely lost it. I stepped into the bathroom, and when I came back, I saw my husband holding my purse and practically dragging me out of the house. He looked furious. I was confused. Yes, dinner had been a disaster, but I still wanted to say goodbye and come up with a polite excuse. When he tried to physically push me outside, I knew something was very wrong. I pulled away from him and rushed back to the dining room. On the dessert table, the one Laura had proudly set, were peanut butter cupcakes, peanut butter pie, peanut butter cookies, peanut butter brownies, and the crown jewel, a peanut butter cake my brother had just carried in, staring at it in horror. Laura grinned and loudly announced to everyone, "It's my birthday. At least today I get to indulge myself. Help yourselves before she throws this out, too."
For a moment, I honestly thought my sister was going to attack her, and I can't say I was far from doing the same. All I could think about was how convinced Laura must be that my children would show up, and how she clearly planned this on purpose. I still felt guilty for allowing peanut products in that house the last time, and if my cousins hadn't been staying the night, my son could have been in deadly danger again. I snapped. Before I even realized what I was doing, I grabbed Laura by the head, turned her toward my brother, who looked too stunned to move, and shoved her face straight into the cake. I held her down while she flailed and said, "I hope you choke on your little indulgences," before letting go. Honestly, a part of me wanted to launch the pie at her as well, but I had already embarrassed myself enough. I told my brother I was done. With him, with his wife, with all of it. And if either of them tried contacting me or my family again, I'd file for a restraining order. My husband finally managed to get me out of the house. My sister followed with her husband while our parents stayed behind. I heard Laura screaming profanity after us, but my stepdad raised his voice, something he almost never does, and she went silent immediately. People joked in the comments of my first post about his death stare, but trust me, the man is usually calm as a stone. If he shows emotion, things have seriously gone off the rails. When we were kids, one frown from him was enough to make us understand we were in trouble. I haven't asked my mom what happened after. I can't handle another blow connected to my brother and his choices. I know this isn't the update anyone expected, but I'm done with both of them. My brother had to know. All of this happened under his roof. It breaks my heart that I won't see my nephew anymore, that my kids won't meet the cousin they were excited about, but better to grieve that than to bury my son. Don't spare me harsh words. I'm 32. I shouldn't have been so naive. And yes, I know my reaction was wrong. I'm already talking to my therapist, trying to deal with the guilt. Please don't judge too hard. I'm still shaken. I'm also considering family therapy for my kids to help them process losing an uncle and aunt who used to be a big part of their lives. And now, we move on to the next story. Tell me in the comments, was the narrator right in the end or not? Maybe she shouldn't have snapped so badly that she shoved her sister-in-law's face into a cake. But honestly, a part of me just wants to say, well done. That was pretty much the ultimate payback she could have delivered.
Almost 7 years ago, my family cut me off completely and threw me out of the house. At the time, I was only 22, still working my first job, not financially stable enough to rent on my own. It all happened so suddenly that I had no time to prepare, emotionally or financially. And the reason for all of it was my sister, Hannah. Hannah and I were never especially close. She was quite a bit older than me. By the time she was 27, she married her boyfriend, Pete. They stayed married for about 3 years before she filed for divorce, claiming Pete had been cheating on her with one of my friends. Back then, I was still living with my parents after college, saving money before moving out. Everything at home was fine until Hannah came back one night in tears, declaring she'd discovered Pete's betrayal. According to her, he had been having an affair for 6 months, and somehow it was my fault. The reason? I had introduced Pete to my friend Emily. She had been struggling to gain weight, and since Pete was a certified nutritionist, he offered to help her out. That was it.
Hannah twisted that into a story that Emily was the woman Pete cheated with. I was stunned. Emily and I weren't super close, but I knew her well enough to believe she would never get involved with a married man. And Pete, if anything, he always seemed hopelessly devoted to Hannah. He talked about her constantly, and not once in those 3 years did I see anything suspicious. But none of my doubts mattered. My parents instantly sided with Hannah. They didn't ask for evidence, didn't question anything. They just took her word for it. I can't blame them for choosing their daughter over their son-in-law, but what broke me was how quickly they turned on me. Hannah stormed into the house one day, hysterical, and convinced them that I was to blame for ruining her marriage, simply because I had introduced Pete to Emily. Within minutes, they told me to pack my things and leave. When I begged them to listen, they said if I didn't go on my own, they'd throw me out. And just like that, I lost my home and my family in the same day. I still remember sitting on the curb outside with my bags, crying for an hour before finally calling a friend to let me crash at his place. I tried reaching out to my parents in the days that followed. Calls, texts, visits, nothing worked. They blocked my number. The one time I went to the house, my mom threatened to call the police if I didn't leave. That's when it hit me. They truly believed I was responsible. Looking back, maybe I shouldn't have been surprised. Hannah was always the favorite. I was the unexpected second child, the one who got leftovers while she got the spotlight. As kids, it didn't matter much to me, but I never thought that favoritism would destroy my place in the family entirely. Pete blocked me too. No explanation, no chance to defend myself. And Hannah moved back in with my parents, making it impossible for me to even try talking things out. The only person left who might know the truth was Emily. We weren't close, but I reached out anyway. And when I explained what Hannah had accused me of, she was horrified. She swore nothing ever happened between her and Pete, that their interactions had been strictly professional. To prove it, she even told me about her long-term boyfriend. They were already talking about marriage. She showed me photos of the two of them together. Her explanation made infinitely more sense than anything Hannah had said. Deep down, I already knew Hannah had lied, probably to cover the real reason for the divorce. But without any proof, I was powerless. My family had made up their minds, and I was left alone. Back then, all I wanted was to reconnect with my family. Despite everything they had done to me, I still missed them terribly. But as time passed, I had no choice but to adapt. I found an apartment, poured myself into work, and tried to build a life. Bills had to be paid, and keeping myself busy was the only way I knew how to cope. It wasn't easy. The pain was overwhelming. But slowly, I taught myself to move forward, with or without their support. Years went by, and life began to change for the better. I moved out of that tiny apartment into something much nicer, built a stable career, and just last week, I proposed to the woman I've been dating for 2 years. She said yes. But the real turning point came shortly after my engagement. A few days after my fiancée, Lisa, posted our engagement photos on Instagram and cross-shared them to Facebook, I got an email. Not just any email, but the email that finally explained everything that had happened years ago, complete with proof. It turned out that Lisa, who works as a doctor, had once met Pete, my former brother-in-law, at a medical seminar. They had stayed loosely connected on Facebook. That's how he stumbled across our engagement post. For the first time in years, I was glad the world was so small. Instead of messaging me directly, Pete chose to send an anonymous email. Later, he explained it was because he didn't want to seem awkward. After all, years had passed since the divorce, and he had no desire to look like someone still clinging to the past. He also admitted that since he blocked me back then, it felt strange to just pop back up in my life. But what mattered was the content. The email laid out the full truth behind the divorce, and it completely shattered the story Hannah had built. It was Hannah who had been unfaithful, not Pete. And worse, she had cheated with my friend Frank. At the time, Frank worked as a cashier at the local grocery store. Never in a million years would I have suspected anything between them. They'd been so careful to hide it. But Pete eventually found out. When confronted, Hannah tried to twist the situation, telling Pete that it was my fault. She claimed I had introduced her to Frank, even encouraging their connection by mentioning his interest in music since she was a decent singer herself. From there, she said, things just happened. To cover her tracks, she even insisted I had helped them hide the affair all along, which was, of course, a blatant lie. Pete admitted he was furious when he found out. Instead of thinking clearly, he blocked everyone in my family, including me. Looking back, he knows it was the wrong move, but at the time, anger clouded everything.
The email itself included screenshots of conversations between Hannah and Frank. Messages where they openly confessed their love, joked about how easy it was to fool Pete, and arranged secret meetups. Hannah had even signed off using her rarely mentioned middle name, something only a few people knew. There was no denying it. Reading those messages was surreal. For the first time in years, I had undeniable proof. Hannah had lied about everything. I eventually confronted Pete in person after realizing he was in Lisa's Facebook friends list. He admitted that Emily, my friend who had originally been accused, had told him her side years ago. He just never told me because he didn't want to stir things up again. He regretted it now, because if he had spoken up earlier, I could have cleared my name long ago. Still, he was willing to help me now. Pete and I agreed that Hannah's lies had destroyed enough lives, and neither of us wanted her manipulations to stand unchallenged any longer. The truth was clear. Hannah had weaponized her family's trust to protect herself, even if it meant sacrificing me. She dragged my name through the mud, convinced my parents to disown me, all to keep her own reputation intact while she pursued her affair. And for the first time in years, I had the evidence to finally set the record straight. I'm certain my sister never once tried to tell our parents the truth. Instead, she kept feeding them lies during the divorce, and they swallowed every word without hesitation. She knew that if our parents ever discovered she was the one who cheated, she'd be in serious trouble, and she just couldn't allow that. Well, now the truth is finally out, and I'm going to use it to destroy her life the same way she destroyed mine all those years ago. I wasn't sure if my parents were still living in the same house, since I hadn't seen them in 7 years, but an old neighbor confirmed they never moved. Even better, Hannah still lived there. That didn't surprise me at all. She was always lazy and hated responsibility. Living off aging parents while they did everything for her was exactly her style. 2 days ago, Pete and I showed up unannounced. My mom opened the door, and we pushed our way inside before she could react. My dad and Hannah were sitting in the living room, the happy family reunited, but only for a moment. Their faces twisted as soon as they saw us. My dad immediately started shouting, threatening to call the police if we didn't leave. I told him he could do whatever he wanted, but only after reading the documents we brought. My parents looked confused, while Hannah turned pale and bolted to her room. I figured she was trying to avoid the inevitable, but there was no escaping it. Pete pulled out the divorce papers and screenshots of Hannah's messages with Frank, while I explained the real story. Pete also revealed how Hannah had been forced to give up our grandmother's diamond heirloom ring to settle the divorce, since her teacher salary couldn't cover the payout. My parents were stunned. We sat there watching as the drama unfolded. My dad demanded answers from Hannah, but when she tried lying yet again, even with the evidence right in front of her, he'd had enough. He packed her belongings, shoved them into a bag, and kicked her out of the house on the spot. I didn't need to be told twice. Pete and I walked out together, leaving Hannah begging our parents to let her back in, exactly the way I had once begged them years ago. It was the sweetest revenge. I felt nothing but satisfaction. A couple days later, Hannah showed up at my place, demanding I fix things with our parents. I don't even know how she found my address, but I told her point blank that I owed her nothing.
She ruined my life, and I simply returned the favor. We were even now. Apparently, she has no pride left, because the moment I said that, she broke down sobbing, calling me a monster. I honestly didn't care. I put on my headphones, turned up the music, and let Lisa keep working peacefully in her office. Eventually, she left, but not before scrawling a message on my door with a marker reminding me that I'm a vengeful monster. To be honest, I don't feel bad about what I did. I don't think I'm the villain here. I didn't lie or scheme like she did. I just exposed the truth. So, am I really the bad guy for ruining my sister's life and getting her kicked out of our parents' home 7 years after she blamed me for her divorce? Drop your thoughts in the comments. Update 1. Hannah didn't stop bothering me. Even after a week, she kept calling non-stop, 14 times in a day. I finally threatened to involve the police, and that made her back off, at least for now. I have no idea how she keeps getting my number after I block her, but apparently she has her friends add me into group calls from different numbers. She's tried guilt-tripping me, saying her teacher salary isn't enough to live on. But I know that's not the real issue. What she really hates is finally having to pay rent, utilities, and groceries herself. And honestly, that's not my problem. As for my parents, they're not much better. They found me on Facebook after seeing Lisa's engagement post. Now they're suddenly interested in being part of my life again. They even hinted that they expect to be invited to my wedding. They still haven't apologized, but somehow think they deserve to show up on one of the most important days of my life. Lisa and I laughed reading their messages because they were so delusional it almost seemed like a bad joke. But in truth, the whole thing is more sad than funny.
Update 2. Hannah showed up at my house again, even after I threatened to report her for harassment yesterday. I was getting ready to leave for work, but she stopped me by flopping onto the hood of my car, refusing to move until I spoke with her. It was incredibly annoying, and this time I actually called the police. They took her away while she screamed and cried, trying to paint me as the bad guy. Unfortunately for her, nobody bought it. It took some time to file the official report against her, but as soon as I did, I rushed to work so this incident wouldn't ruin my day. I figured my parents would bail her out since she's their favorite, and I was right. They sent her home and then followed up with a long message telling me I had been too harsh and unfair to them over a mistake they supposedly made almost 10 years ago. It was laughable. Nothing my sister and parents did to me back then could ever be called merciful or fair. No mercy stopped them from literally throwing me out of the house with nowhere to go. So now, I see no reason to offer forgiveness or kindness. I messaged my parents saying that after all these years, they had lost any right to tell me what I can or cannot do, and that they should stop deluding themselves. I haven't blocked them yet, had to check the message first, but I will soon. Hopefully then, I can finally cut that whole family out of my life for good. Update 3. I just got home from work, checked my socials, and saw that my parents sent me another long message. Lisa and I read it together, and I swear it was the funniest thing I've ever seen. These poor people don't realize that nothing they say or do now can hurt me. I just laughed at how pathetic they are. They still think we're a family, and announced they'd taken Hannah back, claiming both of their children deserve a second chance, as if I was ever in the wrong. They expected Lisa and me to visit them for dinner before my wedding to civilly resolve our differences. Too bold of them to assume I'd ever want them anywhere near my wedding. We laughed at their absurd message, and I responded that I had zero interest in any invitations from them. I'm perfectly happy living my life without them, just like I have for the last 7 years. They made it clear long ago that I'm better off without them. I'm grateful it took me so long to realize that. I no longer need them or their so-called forgiveness. They can continue playing happy family with Hannah all they want. I don't care. After sending that last message, I blocked them permanently. That's it. I'm done. I'm sure they'll try to contact me again somehow, but it doesn't matter. Lisa is the only family I need, and I'm happier than I've ever been with just her. My parents and sister never could see past their own noses, and I doubt they ever will. Next time they try to reach out, they'll be talking to my lawyer.
My wife cheated on me with her gym trainer, and when she asked for a divorce, she demanded half of everything we owned. What she didn't know was that our house and all our savings were legally registered under my father's name. I never thought I'd be writing something like this, but here I am. I'm 35, and I've been working as an accountant at a local firm for almost a decade. I like to think of myself as a practical, level-headed guy. Maybe that's why I'm managing to stay calm through all this. My wife, Katie, is 33. We'd been together for about 5 years, married for 2, no kids, and honestly, looking back now, that might have been a blessing. After the wedding, she stopped working. She used to be in marketing, but said she wanted a break to focus on us. I didn't argue. I earned enough to support both of us and assumed it was temporary. We had a house, a comfortable amount of savings, nothing extravagant, but a stable, normal life. Then, gradually, something changed. Katie grew distant, she stayed out longer with friends or at the gym, avoided affection, got irritated whenever I asked what was wrong. At first, I chalked it up to stress, but the feeling that something was off kept growing, and unfortunately, I was right. One evening, while she was in the shower, her phone buzzed. I glanced at the screen without thinking. A message from someone named Derek. "Can't wait to see you tomorrow, baby." I opened the chat. The messages were explicit, romantic, full of plans that didn't include me. She had been seeing him for months. I just stared at the screen, numb. This was the woman I trusted, the person I built a life with. But instead of anger, all I felt was emptiness. Maybe shock? Maybe my rational side kicking in. When Katie came out of the bathroom, I handed her the phone and calmly asked her to explain. She tried to brush it off at first. "It's just a joke, it's nothing serious." But when I read a few messages aloud, she realized lying was pointless. And then, without hesitation, she said, "I want a divorce." No apology, no tears, no guilt. Just cold, matter of fact. She admitted she'd been seeing Derek for a while and wasn't happy in our marriage anymore. She didn't sugarcoat anything. She was leaving for him. But what stunned me wasn't even the affair. It was what she said next. She wanted half of everything we owned. She even claimed she deserved it because she gave up her career for our relationship. Her entitlement was unbelievable, but I stayed calm, not because I'm some saint, but because I knew something she didn't. I agreed to the divorce, told her I wouldn't fight it. She looked shocked, probably expecting shouting or some dramatic meltdown, but I wasn't giving her that satisfaction. Here's what Katie never knew. Almost everything we owned was legally registered under my father's name. Years ago, when I first started earning good money, my dad suggested registering major assets like the house and most of my investments under him. He said it would protect me if anything ever went wrong, debts, lawsuits, or, well, exactly this. I didn't think much of it then. It just seemed like smart financial planning. So when Katie tried to demand half of our estate, she had no idea that legally I owned almost nothing. My car, a modest bank account, and a few personal items. That was it. The house belonged to my father. Most of the savings were on his accounts, too. To avoid a messy legal fight, I suggested mediation. She agreed, convinced she'd walk away with a small fortune. She had no clue that everything had been arranged years before she even met me. When the divorce process started, I told my dad everything. He wasn't thrilled, but he understood. We spoke with a lawyer to make sure all paperwork was solid, and it was flawless. Katie could demand all she wanted, but there was nothing for her to take. She went in expecting half a house and a pile of savings. She came out realizing I barely owned anything at all.
She wasted no time hiring an aggressive attorney, the kind of shark who promises to tear everything out of the other party. I hired a calm but experienced lawyer who specialized in cases with complicated financial structures. I didn't want a dramatic courtroom battle, but I also wasn't going to let Katie and her lawyer pressure me. The first step of the divorce was financial disclosure, and as you can probably guess, that did not go the way Katie expected. I provided all the documents the law required, but once she saw how little was actually in my name, her attorney stopped smirking. They both looked confused, maybe even suspicious, but they couldn't argue with the paperwork. Everything I submitted was true. There were no hidden accounts or secret assets. Katie snapped right there in the meeting.
shouting that I was lying, calling me names, but I had shown everything I legally owned. After a few minutes of her screaming, I simply stood up and told her we could continue once she calmed down. And now I'm here, unsure whether I did the right thing. I agreed to give her half of everything, knowing she wouldn't get anywhere close to what she imagined. Update 1. Things begin to escalate. Right after the asset disclosure, Katie completely lost her composure. She was convinced I was hiding something. Her attorney wasn't much better. The look on their faces when they saw the tiny numbers next to my name was priceless. Within days, they demanded a deeper investigation. Katie kept repeating, "Where's the money? The house, the investments, everything we built?" She truly believed I had some giant stash of assets hidden somewhere. Her attorney hired a forensic accountant to dig through every transaction. I was a little nervous, not because I was guilty of anything, but because I knew this would drag the divorce out even longer. After talking with my attorney and reviewing all documents again, it became clear they weren't going to find anything. Everything I submitted was 100% accurate. There wasn't a single trail that could lead back to the assets under my father's name. As the investigation continued, Katie became more irritated and desperate. She was used to getting what she wanted, and this time there was nothing to take. The realization that she'd walk away with almost nothing was unbearable for her. Her next move was to claim she had made a significant contribution to my career and our lifestyle. She insisted that by staying home and managing the house, I gave her the freedom to focus on work and succeed. Sure, sometimes her help made daily life easier, but I'm not the CEO of a Fortune 500 company. I'm a mid-level accountant. My income has been steady for years. There was no magical rise she could take credit for. But she kept pushing the narrative that she sacrificed her marketing career for me, even though she worked only briefly and quit by her own choice. Her attorney brought this up again and again, trying to frame me as someone who exploited her sacrifice. But there was no evidence to support that claim.
At one point, they even tried dragging my parents into the process. Katie wanted to prove that they had secretly given me money or helped me hide assets. And that was the moment I finally lost my patience. My parents had nothing to do with any of this, and involving them was a cheap, disgusting move. Thankfully, my lawyer shut that down immediately, but it showed just how desperate Katie had become. As the divorce dragged on, she switched to a different tactic. If she couldn't get what she wanted in court, she tried to ruin my reputation instead. She began telling everyone in our social circle that I had been hiding money from her for years, that I was financially abusive. I couldn't believe the lies she was spreading. Mutual friends told me she constantly complained that I was leaving her with nothing and had deceived her into thinking we had more than we actually did. She even went on social media, posting vague but obvious jabs about narcissist and betrayal. Some people sided with her. There are always those who automatically believe whoever cries the loudest. But most of our real friends knew the truth. They understood I wasn't capable of what she accused me of. Watching her drag my name through the mud just because things didn't go her way was painful. But I tried not to let it get to me. I knew the truth, and so did the people who mattered. Meanwhile, I focused on protecting myself. My lawyer and I stayed in constant communication, collecting every message, every demand, every attempt she made to twist the story. If things went to court, I wanted everything documented. I also gathered proof of her affair with Derek. Screenshots, their photos together, even statements from a couple of her friends who knew about the cheating. I didn't want to humiliate her, I just wanted the truth to be clear. On top of that, I prepared for what I knew was coming. Once it became obvious she wouldn't be getting half of everything, the real ugliness would begin. I kept my distance, focused on work, and handled the legal side quietly and carefully. Meanwhile, Derek's attitude started changing too. When Katie first told him she wanted to leave me for him, he seemed enthusiastic. They had some fantasy about starting a new life together. But as soon as the divorce turned into a nightmare, Derek began pulling away. Apparently, he wasn't as in love as she thought. From what I heard, he panicked when he realized being with her meant dealing with her financial mess. Rumors started spreading that he was losing clients at the gym because of the scandal. Nobody wants a trainer who sleeps with married women. He's now avoiding her, and she's finally beginning to realize this wasn't a fairy tale, but a delusion. Sometimes I almost feel sorry for her. Then I remember everything she did, and the sympathy disappears. I have mixed emotions. On one hand, yes, I'm relieved. I protected my money, and she's not walking away with what she expected. On the other hand, it's sad. This was still my marriage. I once loved her and believed we had a future. Watching it fall apart hurts, even if I know this outcome is for the best. Update 2. Things get even crazier. Since my last update, everything spiraled even further. Katie is in full-blown panic mode, and it's showing in the worst ways. She finally accepted that she won't get the payout she was counting on. So now she's trying to turn my life into hell. Her latest stunt is threatening to destroy my career. She told me outright that if I didn't be more generous, she would make sure everyone in my office found out what a monster I supposedly am. At first, I wasn't even sure what she meant until she started showing up at my office unannounced. The first time, she pretended she just wanted to talk. But when I made it clear there was nothing left to discuss, she snapped, raising her voice, saying things like, "I'll make sure everyone knows who you really are." Luckily, I managed to get her out before it turned into a full-blown scene, but it's obvious she's becoming unpredictable. Back at her parents' house, where she's living now, things aren't great either. From what I heard, they support her, but they're not thrilled with the situation. Once she realized she wasn't getting the jackpot she imagined, she moved in with them, and apparently tensions there are growing too.
At this point, even her own parents seem to be realizing that her victim act is nothing more than a performance. Mutual friends told me she's been snapping at everyone, fighting with her family, and acting like she's on the verge of a breakdown. The legal side of everything has also become more chaotic. Katie's lawyer is desperately trying to dig up anything they can use against me. They even filed a motion to subpoena my parents and demand their financial records, despite my attorney repeatedly explaining that my parents' assets have nothing to do with this divorce. It's obvious they're trying to rattle me, but it isn't working. Her legal team has also requested statements from my coworkers, hoping to find hidden income or under-the-table payments. They're grabbing at straws, but they keep coming up empty. Every time we shut down one of their requests, another one pops up. The whole thing feels like an endless chess match. They try to counter every move I make, but so far I've managed to stay one step ahead thanks to my attorney, and thanks to the financial safeguards my father put in place years ago. Still, it's exhausting, and I'm not sure how much longer I can deal with this before the case finally goes to trial. As for mediation, we've attempted it twice, and both times were disasters. The first session lasted maybe 20 minutes. Katie refused to back down from demanding half the house and half the savings. My lawyer calmly stated the facts. The house is legally in my father's name, and the savings aren't remotely what she imagines. She didn't want to hear it. She stormed out, accused everyone of lying, and claimed the mediator was biased. The second attempt wasn't any better. This time she arrived with an absurd list of demands: full ownership of the house, half of all assets, which barely exist, and alimony for at least 5 years. When my attorney explained, again, that none of this was legally justified, she lost control completely. She screamed that she gave up everything for me and that I was abandoning her with nothing. I sat there trying to stay composed, but inside I was boiling. She was the one who cheated, the one who walked away, and yet she paints me as the villain who destroyed her life? After that meeting, it became obvious. This divorce would only end in court. Meanwhile, Katie has been borrowing money from family and friends to keep paying her attorney. Clearly, she didn't expect the divorce to drag on this long, and now she's running out of resources. I honestly don't know how she plans to keep funding her overly aggressive lawyer, but that's no longer my problem. The more desperate she gets, the more unstable her behavior becomes. Friends told me she barely leaves the house and constantly complains to anyone who will listen that I've ruined her life. Even her own friends are starting to distance themselves.
They're tired of the endless drama and the way she keeps replaying the victim narrative. It's clear that everything she hoped to gain from this divorce is slipping through her fingers. All the while, I'm doing my best to stay calm and strategic. Every accusation she throws at me, I counter with documentation. Every financial record they request, I provide. I have nothing to hide. My lawyer makes sure we follow the law down to the last detail, something I can't say for Katie's side. I've also been protecting my parents' privacy as much as possible. Her attempts to drag them into this mess make my blood boil, but thankfully there are legal safeguards that prevent her from getting access to their financial documents. The fact that she even tried shows just how desperate she's become. She seems convinced that if she digs deep enough, she'll uncover some secret fortune. There is nothing to find. Update 3. The day of the hearing finally arrived, and the tension in the courtroom was intense. Katie testified first. She immediately went on the offensive, insisting I had been hiding assets for years. She accused me of manipulating our finances, keeping money in secret accounts, and lying about our actual income. She played up the emotion, painting herself as someone who had been left with nothing after sacrificing her career for mine. At one point, she even cried on the stand, talking about how much she trusted me. But everything changed when my attorney presented the evidence of her affair with Derek. As soon as the messages, photos, and timeline of their relationship were revealed, everyone, the judge, the jury, and even the people in the back, understood the truth. The sympathetic victim image she tried to build collapsed instantly. She tried to brush it off, saying it was a mistake and irrelevant to the divorce. But it was too late. Her credibility was gone, and it became obvious that her financial demands were driven purely by greed. When it was my turn to testify, I stayed calm and stuck strictly to the facts.
My attorney had prepared me well, so I knew that any emotional outburst or attempt to justify myself would only hurt the case. I calmly explained how my assets had been placed under my father's ownership years before, how I fully disclosed every financial detail, and how I tried to resolve everything amicably through mediation. I also described her threats, her unstable behavior, and the smear campaign she had been running against me. My lawyer presented documentation refuting each of her accusations, both the legal claims and the lies she spread publicly, proving that none of it had any real foundation. We laid everything out clearly. The house belongs to my father, our savings are modest, and there is no secret stash of money she could claim a share of. The judge seemed to appreciate my composure and straightforwardness. I didn't try to paint Katie as a villain, but I also didn't sugarcoat anything. The facts spoke for themselves. Several key witnesses testified, and their statements finally put everything in its proper place. My father testified first. He explained the financial arrangement we put in place years ago, how the house is legally in his name, how the investments are under his control, and that everything was structured for long-term financial protection. He made it clear those assets are his, not mine, and that Katie has no legal claim to them. Next, one of my coworkers testified. Katie's legal team tried to suggest I'd been getting under-the-table payments or hidden bonuses, but he shut that down immediately. He confirmed that I earn a standard salary and have no secret income. His testimony was crucial, proving her accusations were baseless. The judge saw that there was no conspiracy, just a straightforward, transparent financial structure that Katie never bothered to understand. After several days of testimony and legal arguments, the judge finally delivered the ruling. Hearing that the decision was in my favor felt like a weight had been lifted off my chest. Katie's demands for half the house and half our savings were completely denied. The judge ruled that since the house and most of the assets belonged to my father, Katie has no right to them. The only thing she was awarded was minimal, short-term alimony, barely enough to cover a fraction of her legal fees, let alone the lifestyle she imagined. He also specifically noted that her affair and her lack of contribution to our finances influenced the decision. He saw right through her attempts to play the victim and issued a fair verdict. When he finished reading the decision, I felt an enormous sense of relief. Months of stress, constant accusations, the fear of losing everything, all of it vanished in an instant. Legally, I was finally free. Katie, on the other hand, didn't take the ruling well. The moment the judge concluded, she burst into tears, yelling that the system was unfair and that I had stolen what she deserved. She ran out of the courtroom, leaving her lawyer looking stunned. I'm not sure what she expected, but it was obvious she wasn't ready for a loss. As for me, I felt only relief. I thanked my attorney, who did an incredible job, and walked out of the courthouse. My phone was exploding with messages, friends and family congratulating me. The news spread quickly, and soon everyone in our community knew how the case ended. It felt good knowing the truth had finally come out, and I could start moving on. But Katie didn't stop. Right outside the courthouse, she caused another scene in front of a small crowd, shouting that I manipulated the system and that she would appeal. The problem is, she has no money for an appeal. Her attorney had already hinted that her funds were gone, and now, from what I've heard, she's still borrowing from relatives and friends just to stay afloat. I'm endlessly grateful to my father for his foresight. I can't even imagine the mess I'd be in without his planning. And I'm grateful to my family, friends, and colleagues who didn't abandon me when she tried to destroy my reputation. Now, for the first time in a long while, I'm looking toward the future with hope. I know it will take time to recover, emotionally and financially, but I'm ready to rebuild. This whole experience taught me a lot, and I won't make the same mistakes again. Right now, all I want is to return to a normal life and finally enjoy some peace.
A brash radio host kept yelling at his boss that he was quitting. Well, if that's what he wanted so badly. There once was a man named Brian. He was one of the two hosts of a morning radio show back when it was still popular. You probably know the type. Two friendly voices on air, a quick weather update, a summary of celebrity gossip, and a couple of songs. I worked as an advertising sales manager at the station that aired this morning show. Brian had come to us from a big city. He was new to daytime radio. Before that, he'd only handled late-night weekend DJ shifts and copied ad spots from CDs so they could be played on air. That job is basically the lowest rung at any radio station, and nowadays machines do most of it. It's important to understand, geography is everything when it comes to climbing the radio career ladder. Working in a major city, really a major media market, usually means higher pay, more listeners, and greater prestige. As I said, Brian arrived from a major city we'll call Big City, or BC. Whenever you see BC in this story, imagine Los Angeles, New York, Chicago, or San Francisco. The specific one doesn't matter. Our cluster of radio stations was based in a mid-sized city. Think somewhere like San Antonio, Cincinnati, Salt Lake City, or Jacksonville. For Brian, moving to us was a huge career leap. He jumped from a part-time nobody to a full-fledged morning show host. But to make that jump happen, he had to swallow his ego and leave the high-profile market for a mid-tier one. Brian's boss, the station's program director, was a guy named Petey. He was responsible for everything that aired except for the commercials. That was my territory. Petey also oversaw the hosts and the music. I always thought his calm, gentle personality came from the fact that he had 5 kids at home. When you're raising that many children, you got used to big personalities and emotional outbursts. In tense work situations, Petey was like an anti-catalyst. When he showed up, everything usually settled down. He was also just a great human being. He and his wife had adopted 3 of their 5 children. Over time, it became obvious that Brian neither liked nor respected Petey. It started with small, snide remarks about supposedly stupid decisions Petey made. Brian's favorite phrase was,
Back in BC, we never did it that way. He made several attempts to get Petey fired. He'd walk into my office and say things like, "Petey decided, insert decision here. Isn't that a terrible idea? In BC, this would never happen." I always told him I stood by Petey's decisions. Eventually, things escalated to Brian regularly screaming at Petey. He'd get furious over some minor issue and blow up. A few times he even stormed out, slamming doors, shouting that Petey could go to hell and that he was quitting to return to BC. But after a couple hours, he'd cool down and come back. At Petey's request, everyone pretended nothing had happened. "He just needs to let off steam," Petey would say. Despite everything, Petey stayed patient with Brian. The morning show still had decent numbers, plenty of listeners, and solid ratings. My team sold lots of ad spots at good prices, and everyone was making money. Petey was willing to tolerate Brian acting like a raging monster as long as the performance remained strong. But here's the truth. The show wasn't actually that good. The ratings were high only because we had almost no competition in that radio format. That changed a few years later when a competing station launched their own morning show. Our numbers tanked. What used to be the leading program in our target demographic suddenly had real rivals. I'm not sure Brian even noticed, but my team and I definitely did. Demand drives pricing, and suddenly we had a product with weaker demand, meaning cheaper ad rates and fewer advertisers. Eventually, my boss noticed too. A group of managers, including Petey and me, decided that something had to change. If this had been a corporate station, Brian and his co-host would have been fired long ago. But this was a privately owned company run by people who cared about their staff. They wanted to keep both morning hosts employed, Brian included, at their current pay, just in different on-air roles across our cluster. For several weeks, management already knew the morning show would be restructured, but we hadn't yet finalized the new lineup. Only the leadership team was aware of the coming changes. Brian had no idea he was about to be reassigned. Then one morning, right after the show ended at 9 a.m., Brian walked into Petey's office to discuss the schedule for weekend appearances. We called them remotes, on-site broadcasts that helped radio hosts earn some extra cash. You probably heard these.
Hey everyone, this is Chicken Boy, coming to you live from Salmonella Chrysler Ford Jeep. That's how those remote broadcasts usually sounded. Advertisers paid hosts separately for these appearances. At the time, the standard pay was about $100 per hour. So a host could sit in a car showroom for a 2-hour broadcast, chat with salespeople, and walk out with $200 in cash. Most weekends had 5 or 6 of these gigs. Petey was the one assigning hosts to the remotes. He tried to split them as fairly as possible so everyone had a chance to earn extra money. Brian constantly tried to grab more than his share, and more often than not, he got what he wanted. One Tuesday, right after Petey posted the schedule for the upcoming weekend, Brian stormed into his office. Petey's office was just 2 doors down from mine. Brian demanded to know why he'd been given so few remotes. Petey calmly told him that he already had 2 out of the 6 for that weekend. But that wasn't enough for Brian. Moments later, he barged into my office and said something like, "Don't you think advertisers would prefer the top morning show host for their event instead of some random overnight DJ? Back in BC, that's how it worked." I replied, "Assigning talent to remotes is Petey's responsibility. He makes the right call for both the advertisers and the station." Brian scoffed, spun around, and blasted back toward Petey's office, slamming the door so hard the walls shook. From my desk, I heard him yell, "Aw, screw this! You're an idiot! I quit! I'm going back to BC!" Then he burst out, stormed through the lobby, and headed straight to the dealership loaner car, the promotional vehicle the station provided him to drive. I walked over to Petey's office. "He's just blowing off steam, right?" I asked. Petey looked unusually serious. "You heard what he said? He said he quits.
I'm pretty sure half the building heard it too. Then Petey said, "Come with me to accounting." Of course, I knew exactly what was coming. Brian had resigned verbally in front of both of us, and Petey had a witness. In accounting, our bookkeeper, Dolores, said it would be best for Petey to write a formal memo documenting what happened and officially accept Brian's resignation on behalf of the company. I wasn't at the station when Brian eventually came back. I'd gone to a sales meeting. But here's what Petey and the receptionist later told me. Several hours after his meltdown, Brian strolled in as if nothing had happened. He tried entering through the employee door, but his code no longer worked. So he circled around to the main entrance and came in through the front lobby. He tried his access code again at the inner door. Still dead. The receptionist called Petey. Petey arrived carrying paperwork. Right there in the front lobby, he said, "Brian, your resignation has been accepted. Here are the documents. Please sign." Brian froze, stunned. He signed without saying a word. Petey continued, "We'll also need the keys to the dealership vehicle you were driving." Brian slid the key off his ring and handed it over. "We'll pack up your belongings from your desk and the car. Should we send them to your current address or forward them to BC?" Brian whispered, "My current address," with tears in his eyes. The receptionist ordered a taxi for him. Brian sat outside the station crying until it arrived. He later tried to get a job at another radio station in town, but as far as I know, nothing ever worked out. I have no idea where he is now or what he's doing. His former co-host is still in radio, hosting afternoon shows on another station. We replaced Brian's show with something better, and the ratings bounced back. The dealership promotion was moved to daytime, and the midday host happily drove the sponsored car around for another 3 months.
My ex-wife is trying to win me back by using our daughters. Doesn't sound too serious at first, right? Yeah, it's what I thought too. But as much as I'd love to tell my ex to go to hell and never see her again, we share 2 daughters and joint custody. So completely cutting her out of my life just isn't possible, not unless I walk away from my kids too, which I'd never do. We got married young, 20 years old, dating for 3 years before that. Our daughters were born during the first year of marriage. After the second birth, my ex had complications that made it difficult for her to get pregnant again. I didn't care. I was just grateful she made it through safely, and that we already had 2 beautiful little girls to love. The marriage lasted 9 years. It ended when I filed for divorce after discovering she cheated. I have 0 tolerance for betrayal. I refuse to make myself miserable for something I didn't cause. Maybe it sounds strange, but my love for her died the exact moment I learned about her affair in detail. So no, this isn't some story about a man who can't let go. I moved on 7 years ago. Hell, I don't even hate her. I just don't care. Whatever happens in her life means nothing to me, unless it directly affects our kids. The problem is, I seem to be the only one who's actually moved on. My ex, her family, and even our daughters keep trying to push us back together, even though I've made it crystal clear that I have absolutely no desire to ever be with her again. Maybe the fact that I stayed single for years after the divorce gave them false hope. But honestly, I just wasn't ready to jump into anything new. My daughters were my top priority. Plus, I had my own emotional mess to sort through after her betrayal, which, thankfully, I managed with help from friends, family, and therapy. My relationship with my daughters is great. We don't fight, we don't yell, and they're not rebellious or dramatic. Everything's been peaceful, except for one issue. They know their mother cheated. She told them herself about 3 years ago. Since then, I think she's been feeding them her version of events. I've asked her countless times to stop. It doesn't help anyone, least of all the girls. But instead of stopping, she just got sneakier about it.
Since the divorce, she hasn't dated anyone, or even tried. I guess she thinks that makes her look noble. But honestly, I find it insulting. She could cheat on me while we were married, but now she's suddenly living like a saint? Whatever. That's her problem, not mine. For years, I could ignore the little comments my daughters made about their mom. How good she looks now, how happy she seems, the photos she just happened to show them where she's clearly dressed up to impress. But lately, things have gotten worse. Why? Because I started seeing someone. Clemence isn't the first woman I've dated since the divorce, but this is by far the most serious relationship I've had since it ended. She's 8 years older than me. We actually knew each other for about 4 years before anything romantic happened. We shared a hobby, became close friends, and eventually realized there was more between us. And yes, I genuinely love her. It even surprised me when I realized it. I honestly thought my ex's betrayal had broken something inside me, that I'd never be able to love again the way I once did. At first, my daughters didn't know much about Clemence. Just like my previous relationships, I kept things private. But eventually, they started coming home earlier than expected and began seeing her around. Nothing inappropriate ever happened, but soon came the sighs, the cold looks, and the questions. What is she doing here? Don't you think it's unfair to Mom? It was like they thought I was dating just to spite their mother. I sat them down for a serious talk, explained everything over and over, but it just didn't sink in. They're still clinging to some childish fantasy where their parents get back together. Clemence, thankfully, is incredibly understanding. She doesn't take it personally and keeps saying, give them time. But honestly, I'm not convinced time will fix this. It hasn't yet, so why would it now? I've run out of ideas. That's why I'm asking for advice. Is there any way, any possible approach to help my daughters finally understand that I will never get back with their mother?
Sounds harmless enough, right? Well, not really. As much as I'd love to tell my ex to get lost and never see her again, we share 2 daughters and have joint custody. So, cutting her out of my life completely isn't an option, unless I'm willing to lose my kids too. We got married young, both 20, after dating for 3 years. Our twin girls were born during the first year of marriage. My ex had some complications after that, which made future pregnancies difficult. At the time, I didn't care about that at all. I was just grateful she survived everything safely, and that we already had 2 beautiful little girls we adored. Our marriage lasted 9 years. It ended when I filed for divorce after discovering she had cheated. I have zero tolerance for that kind of betrayal, and saw no reason to keep suffering for something that wasn't my fault. Some might find it strange, but every ounce of love I had for her died the moment I learned the full story of her affair. So no, this isn't some sad tale about a man who can't move on. I did, 7 years ago. Hell, I don't even hate her anymore. I just couldn't care less what happens in her life as long as it doesn't affect our daughters. The real problem is that I'm the only one who truly moved on. My ex, her family, and even our daughters keep trying to reunite us, despite me being very clear that I have zero interest in ever being with her again. Maybe the fact that I didn't date anyone for years after the divorce gave them false hope. But honestly, I wasn't about to jump into another relationship that fast, especially when I had 2 girls to raise. They were my priority. Eventually, with the help of friends, family, and therapy, I got my mental health back on track. My relationship with my daughters has always been great. No fights, no yelling, no teenage rebellion, yet they're smart, kind, and we've always been close. But there's one big problem. They know their mother cheated on me because she told them about 3 years ago. Since then, I'm pretty sure she's been feeding them a twisted version of events. I've asked her countless times to stop dragging them into our adult mess, but she doesn't listen. She hasn't dated anyone since the divorce. Hasn't even slept with anyone, apparently. She thinks that makes her look noble. Personally, I find it insulting. When we were married, she was sleeping with someone else, and now she suddenly can live without intimacy for 7 years? Whatever, that's her problem. For years, I brushed off the occasional mentions of her looks or the photos my daughter showed me where she clearly dressed up just to make an impression. But things changed after I started dating again. My girlfriend Clemens isn't my first relationship since the divorce, but she's definitely the most serious one. She's 8 years younger than me, and we'd known each other for 4 years before we started dating. It grew naturally, from friendship into something deeper. And honestly, I love her. I didn't expect that. I thought my ex's betrayal had broken something inside me, that I'd never be able to love again. Turns out I was wrong. At first, my daughters didn't know much about my relationship with Clemens. Then they started showing up at my house earlier than scheduled, sometimes finding her there. We were never inappropriate, just living our normal lives. But soon came the questions, what is she doing here? Or, that's not fair to Mom. It's like they genuinely believe I'm seeing someone just to hurt their mother. I've had long, honest talks with them, but they just don't seem to get it. They can't let go of the fantasy that their parents might reunite someday. Thankfully, Clemens is understanding. She says the girls just need time. Oh, I'm not sure that will help. It hasn't so far. So yeah, I came online looking for advice. Maybe someone out there knows how to help my daughters finally understand that no matter what happens, I'm never going back to their mother. When I try explaining that you can't be faithful to someone you're no longer with, they just ignore it. I've begged my ex countless times to stop manipulating the girls and keep them out of our adult issues, but she doesn't care. At one point, I even considered going to court to get full custody, but was advised it probably backfired. The truth is, my daughters know why we divorced. They know their mother cheated. I usually don't recommend telling kids something like that, but mine are old enough now. The problem is that their understanding of the story is based entirely on her version, filled with excuses and self-pity. A year ago, I finally tried explaining my side, only to find out she had already told them years before, when they were around 13. They know what she did, but they can't comprehend it emotionally. To them, their mother has always been loving and caring. They can't imagine her cold and distant like she was during the affair. Back then, she completely shut me out. Not just physically, but emotionally. She stopped doing little things. Morning kisses before work, random hugs, shared jokes, all gone. I realized something was off and eventually, with a close friend's help, uncovered the truth. She had been giving all that affection to someone else. I'll never forgive that. My daughters don't understand why, and honestly, I don't want them to. No child should ever have to carry that kind of pain. So when they talk about regret, forgiveness, or getting back together, I just can't relate. Where was all that love when it mattered? Update. It's been a while since my original post. A lot has changed. My daughters actually found that post by accident. I had no idea they were even on that site. One day, I came home from work and found them both in tears. They ran to me, hugged me, and begged me to forgive them. Apparently, they'd read one of my comments and learned the full extent of their mother's affair and how deeply it hurt me back then. We went through a lot of therapy together. Honestly, I never blamed them. They were just kids, manipulated by their mother, who used their love as a weapon. After a few months of family therapy, the psychologist told us we no longer needed weekly sessions, just occasional check-ins. My daughters and I became closer than ever. Their relationship with their mom, though, took a hit, understandably. I told them not to dwell on her mistakes. I've long since made peace with what she did. That's also something we worked through in therapy. I eventually had a serious talk with my ex, made it absolutely clear that the getting back together nonsense needed to stop. Whether she listened or not, I don't know, but at least she stopped bothering the girls with it. Or maybe they've learned to tune her out. Either way, as long as my daughters are okay, I don't care what she's doing. As things settled, Clemens and my daughter started bonding, really bonding. They started talking to her more, even asking her for advice on girl stuff. The first time I saw that, I nearly cried. Not long after, Clemens and the girls surprised me. They organized a private dinner, just the three of us. Then Clemens proposed to me. Yeah, she beat me to it. I was stunned, but happier than I had been in years.
not just because of her proposal, but because my daughters helped her plan it. We had a small, intimate ceremony with close friends and family, and now we're expecting a baby. My daughters can't wait to become big sisters, and I honestly can't wait to watch them spoil their new sibling rotten.
The client who demanded my personal number and blamed me for losing his job. I work as an insurance adjuster handling auto claims. One of my recent clients decided that his bad luck was entirely my fault. He filed a claim late in the evening after our office had closed, and I called him first thing the next morning. I had only the information he provided, nothing more. I warned him right away that his car might be considered a total loss, depending on the damage. He immediately exploded, shouting that he didn't want his car written off and that I was not allowed to move it anywhere for inspection. As I started to calmly explain alternative options, he began yelling, insulting me, and demanding that I just issue the payment. If only it were that simple, my job would be a lot easier. I explained that, under his insurance policy, we are required to inspect the vehicle before processing any payout to determine whether it's repairable or totaled. He kept arguing, so I told him I'd end the conversation and try again once he'd calmed down. I hung up and went to a meeting. Meanwhile, he started spamming our customer service line, calling over and over again, harassing at least 4 different agents, refusing to hang up until I personally answered. I told them I was in a meeting and wouldn't be available for about half an hour. He stayed on the line for several minutes, hung up, then called again. When I finally got the chance to return his call, I suggested we contact his auto repair shop and ask them to send us photos so we could make a preliminary assessment. He snapped that he'd already sent them last night. I explained there were no attachments in his email and that we needed specific photos to properly evaluate the damage. Then he said it was my job to call the shop and request the pictures, which, ironically, was exactly what I had just proposed. After that, he demanded my personal phone number. I told him I don't have a company cell phone. He insisted he needed to reach me over the weekend. I refused. He repeated the demand several times, then demanded to speak with my supervisor. I told him she was aware of the situation and would contact him when available, but that I couldn't share her private number. He ordered me to make her call right now. I reminded him she's my supervisor. I don't control her schedule. When he tried to keep me on the line until his demands were met, I told him there was nothing left to discuss and ended the call. Later, I phoned the repair shop and the employee there was rude as well, claiming I was interfering with a good man's job and wasting their time. I politely asked them to just send me the photos by email so we could move forward, and they promised to do it. My last name is rare and included in my email address, so I spelled it out several times. But 2 hours before the end of the workday, no photos had arrived. I emailed the client to let him know, and he said he'd call the shop himself. 5 minutes before closing, I tried the shop again. No answer, no voicemail option. I sent the client another message saying, "Photos still haven't been received, so your claim will resume processing on Monday." He responded by accusing me of working in a different time zone, saying it was unfair because I had 3 extra hours. I corrected him, it's just 1 hour, and pointed out the shop had the entire day to send the images. Then he announced that, since he didn't have rental coverage, he'd lose his job on Monday, and that would be my fault. Right, so his employer is so heartless they'd fire him over missing 1 single day. Maybe he should be talking to a state's labor department instead of me. He then circled back to demanding I just approve the claim, insisting I was deliberately delaying the process to make his life miserable. I wonder what he thinks happens to adjusters who ignore procedure and pay out claims illegally. Spoiler, we don't get cookies. We can actually be fired, fined by the state, or even prosecuted. The company could also sue us for wrongful payout. And if a client knowingly cashes a check for a claim that wasn't valid, they can be charged with insurance fraud. We'll see what happens Monday.
My supervisor has been reviewing my notes and listening to call recordings, and I suspect she's preparing for a very fun conversation with him, especially since every abusive call is recorded. Update 1. Nothing major yet, surprisingly. The client's gone silent, which honestly worries me more than constant shouting. My supervisor left him a voicemail yesterday, but he hasn't called back. She told me I did the right thing by switching him to written-only communication, and I don't have to answer his calls anymore. She also said that if he starts making threats, which seems entirely possible, she'll involve corporate security and help me file a report with his local police. Every call is recorded anyway. Today, I spoke with the shop owner about how unprofessional his employee had been on Friday. He admitted that the client had been harassing her non-stop on the phone, apparently because she'd made the mistake of giving her her personal number when he demanded it. Turns out, the owner is an old friend of that client. He freely shared that info, then added they're no longer friends after this repair, especially since that rude employee was his niece. He even said he'd blacklist the client permanently. Finally, I got the photos, detailed and numerous. The damage was actually minor. Clearly, he'd just hit some large metal object on the road that got wedged underneath the car. The shop even sent a photo of the bent part. And yes, you all were right, he had a large aftermarket accessory installed that wasn't covered by his policy. It's a custom roof on his pickup truck, but it wasn't damaged anyway. Even if it had been, we wouldn't cover it. His policy doesn't include custom equipment. I sent everything to our special investigations unit. While they agreed the client's behavior seemed suspicious, there wasn't enough evidence to open a full fraud case. And since it was a single vehicle accident, we're obligated to cover the repair, even if he wasn't entirely honest about what happened. Some states allow denial if a client lies about the cause, but unfortunately, not this one. I emailed him to confirm we'd received the photos and were coordinating with the shop. He never replied.
Total silence. Absolute silence. Either he's truly ashamed of his behavior, which would be the right reaction, or he's like a ticking time bomb, waiting until the end of the week when I'll be swamped with work so he can explode again and tell me how I cost him his job. We'll see. This will probably be my last update, but if anything else happens, I'll post again. Huge thanks to everyone who supported me. You helped me realize I'm not crazy or overly sensitive. And to those who say, it's your job, you're trained to handle this, let me be clear. First, no, nobody trains you to deal with this level of insanity. Second, my job is to fix cars, not to tolerate verbal abuse and unhinged tirades. Let this be a reminder to everyone, be kind to people, especially to the faceless voices on the phone who are just doing their jobs. Second update. Thank you all for the kind messages and support. A few people asked how it all ended, so here's what happened. The silence didn't last long. Turns out the client really was a walking time bomb. The repair shop sent me all the information I needed to finish the preliminary repair estimate. The shop owner explained they'd probably find more damage once they started working and would contact me for updates. He apologized again for his niece's behavior during my first call and said he's no longer friends with that client. Our special investigations team reviewed the case and concluded there wasn't enough evidence to call it fraud, so that was that. I emailed the client asking where he wanted the payment sent, directly to him or to the repair shop. He immediately demanded a call, claiming he disagreed with the estimate. Here's how auto insurance payments actually work. The company first creates a preliminary estimate based on visible damage. An initial payment is issued to start the repair process. The shop and insurer stay in touch. If more hidden damage is discovered, additional payments are made later. Simple enough, right? Not for this client. He started yelling that the shop's estimate was $7,000, but we were only paying $6,500. I explained that we're happy to work with the shop and pay more if new damage is found, but the insurance can only cover verified damage. I also mentioned that we keep policy prices fair by aligning payouts with shop estimates and avoiding unnecessary overpayment. He didn't let me finish. He screamed that I'd cost him his job and now was refusing to pay what the shop demanded. I clarified that no one was refusing payment, it was just the first installment, and I only needed to confirm where to send it. Then I warned him that if he kept talking to me like that, I'd end the call. His response? Of course you will. No hint of reflection, no apology, acting like a spoiled child, though he's almost 40. I tried to continue, but he kept shouting over me, saying disgusting things about me and my family. Finally, I said, "Do you really want to finish that sentence on a recorded line that dozens of people might hear later?" He paused for a second and then said, "I hope your husband rapes you and leaves you." Yes, he really said that. I'd recently gotten married, and IT was in the middle of changing my name in our systems, so some programs showed my maiden name and others my new one, meaning I had to explain it constantly. I'd even explained it to this client earlier, so he knew he was saying that to a newlywed woman. I admit, I lost my professional tone for a moment. I told him, "Sir, throughout this entire process, the only thing preventing your car from being fixed is you. The way you've treated me, my coworkers, and the shop employees is appalling. You should be ashamed of yourself. You haven't said a single kind word to me. Working with you has been an absolute nightmare. Now you're spewing vile comments about my personal life, even after I told you last Friday that it was none of your business when you demanded my personal number. And now you're insulting my husband, someone you've never met and know nothing about. My husband is a far better man than you'll ever be, even though he's half your age. At least he knows how to treat people with respect, even in tough situations. I genuinely pity your wife if she has to live with someone like you. At least my husband doesn't have to force me to sleep with him. The fact that your mind went there immediately says everything about you. Maybe try fixing your own home before meddling in other people's lives." He cursed at me a few more times, and I ended the call, because honestly, they don't pay me enough to take that kind of abuse. He called customer support again and made another representative cry. I took over the call once more and told him he was now restricted to written communication only. I wouldn't answer his calls again, only emails or messages. Then I hung up. I thought that was the end, but apparently he still had my supervisor's contact info from Monday and called her directly. She phoned me afterward and told me what happened. He claimed I'd accused him of sexually assaulting his wife just because he asked about the estimate I supposedly prepared, even though I don't do estimates at all. That's a different department. He said he only wanted to clarify next steps when I hung up. Thankfully, my manager had already listened to all our recorded calls and didn't believe a word he said. She put him on hold, pulled up the recording, listened again, and then tore into him for the things he said to me. When he tried to justify himself by saying I was rude, she shut him down immediately. She told me I'm one of the top specialists in the department with the highest customer satisfaction ratings. She'd seen me calmly handle incredibly difficult clients, and that he was the first person ever to make me lose my composure. Then she told him that from now on, his account would officially be limited to written communication only, something I had already requested with her earlier. She warned him that if she heard about one more case of him verbally abusing an employee, she'd escalate it as a harassment case. Unfortunately, we can't fire him as a client. He still pays us money, and upper management only cares about revenue, not what we go through. Hopefully, this pushes him to cancel his policy and become someone else's problem. I asked my supervisor if I'd face any disciplinary action for that call. She replied, "What call? I didn't hear any call, and I certainly couldn't delete a recording if it didn't exist," basically covering my back in case he tries to complain further. I sent the repair estimate to the shop with instructions on how to request additional payments if new damage is found. Then the client emailed me again asking me to send the payment directly to him. Apparently, he called the shop afterward and got into a screaming match with them too, because soon after he wrote, "Send me the money, the shop pissed me off." So I did, but made the check payable to both him and the lien holder, meaning he has to get it endorsed by the shop before cashing it. And of course, it's going by regular USPS mail, not express delivery. Finally, I closed the case. Still, I can't shake the feeling that this isn't over yet. If anything else happens, I'll let you know, but thankfully, I'll never have to speak to that man again. Once again, thank you all for the support.
My parents are filming my life. My parents and I travel around the country in an RV. They post our lives online, and I hate them a little more for it every single day. When I was around 7, my parents decided to live in a camper and travel across the US. My dad works remotely, and my mom is a lifestyle blogger. She's not super famous, but popular enough that sometimes people recognize us in public. So, a camera has been pointed at me for as long as I can remember. For privacy reasons, I'm writing this from a throwaway account. I've already had more unwanted attention than most people see in a lifetime, and I'm exhausted from it. I sleep on a tiny bunk bed I outgrew years ago. The top bunk is the only place where I can keep my personal things. I don't even have a room, just a curtain. And honestly, thank God I'm an only child, or I'd have to share even that little bit of space. I was homeschooled most of my life, and when I hit high school, I insisted on switching to an online program. I'm 18 now, and I don't have a single real-life friend. We never stay anywhere longer than a month. I don't have a job either. It's impossible when you never live in one place. I could try online work, but that still wouldn't give me the independence to move out. I've talked to my parents about our lifestyle more times than I can count, but they're so deep in denial they truly believe this nomad life is the best possible way to live. They act like I'm some pet they can drag along on their adventures. I hate traveling. I can't stand the heat, the bugs, or the endless hiking. I'm sick of sleeping in different parking lots every week. I can't wait for the day I can finally escape, away from their sunrise hikes and the ever-present camera shoved in my face. Yes, I've technically seen the whole country, but does that mean I'm not allowed to want a normal life, to go to college, to have friends? It feels like I'm asking for too much. Comments and my thoughts. People often tell me how lucky I am to live this way, but honestly, it's lonely beyond words. Someone once asked if I had any other relatives I could stay with. Sadly, I thought I didn't. My current plan is to find some kind of online work, save as much money as I can, and eventually rent a small apartment. I've also been talking to an online friend about possibly becoming roommates someday to share expenses. College might be my best shot at getting out, even though it's expensive. It would at least be a real step toward freedom and maybe a chance to finally have a life of my own. Still, I'm nervous. Being homeschooled left me far behind academically, and high school was already hard enough. Honestly, I'm just proud I managed to graduate from online school at all, instead of continuing full homeschooling. Someone joked that if I started making content about escaping my hipster parents, I'd probably go viral. And yes, the thought crossed my mind. Not for fame, but to raise awareness about what it's like to have your childhood turned into content. But I decided against it for a few reasons. First, it wouldn't be sustainable. People would lose interest after the story was told. Second, I'd need a stable, safe environment before putting myself out there publicly, and I don't have that yet. But most importantly, my life has already been on display without my consent. The only thing that's ever been truly mine is my privacy, and I don't want to give that up too. First update. Hi again. About a week ago, I posted about my awful experience living in an RV with my parents for nearly 10 years. It hasn't been long since then, but so much has changed. After the post blew up, I received hundreds of messages, people offering advice, sharing resources, and some even offering help in person, a few of which were questionable, to be honest. But most were kind, genuine people who just wanted to help, and I truly appreciate it. To be honest, it was overwhelming and I couldn't respond to everyone. But even if I didn't reply, I read everything. One question that kept coming up was, do you have any relatives you could stay with? I used to think the answer was no. My dad's side is non-existent, and my mom completely cut ties with her family years ago. She never talked about them. I didn't even know if they were alive. All I had was my mom's rare maiden name and her birthplace. Turns out that was enough to start with. It's ironic. I've always kind of hated the internet because I never had a choice in being online. My life was public without my consent. But for once, I'm genuinely grateful it exists. With some effort, I managed to find information about my mom's family, including my grandmother's old Facebook profile.
It took a while to work up the courage, but eventually I messaged her. I told her about my mom, about myself, and about my situation. I won't share the details of why my mom cut contact with her family. That's not my story to tell. But my grandmother was shocked to learn she had a granddaughter she never knew existed. She was even more horrified to find out how I'd been raised. Through her, I discovered that I have an aunt and an uncle. My grandmother told them everything, and now I'm in touch with all three of them. They all want to help me get out, and since I'm legally an adult now, it's finally possible. I won't reveal too many details for safety reasons, but I've already arranged to move in with my aunt. She lives in a big city on the West Coast, a place full of opportunities for college and work. And yes, I'm planning to enroll in college soon, which feels surreal but exciting. My uncle has kids of his own, but my aunt lives alone and offered me her spare room for as long as I need it. She even bought my train ticket herself. I already have enough money to make it to the station. It still feels strange to say it out loud, but I'm talking to my family now. Real family. I'm still figuring out how or if I should tell my parents. My mom doesn't even know where her relatives live, so even if I said who I'm going to, she wouldn't know where that is. Some people suggested that if I decide to leave without telling them directly, I should leave a note or a short video explaining that I left willingly, just in case they make it sound like I was taken. That's probably what I'll do. Funny, isn't it? After all those years of being filmed, I might end up recording a video from myself, the only one that actually matters. As for my mom's content, I've been keeping quiet whenever the camera's on. Thankfully, neither of them has noticed anything unusual yet. Before I end this, I want to make one thing clear. Most of the people who reached out were kind and helpful, but if you tried to guess who I am, luckily commenters called them out and they deleted their posts. Some even messaged me privately trying to figure it out. I get the curiosity, I do, but I made this post anonymously for a reason. I've had enough attention to last a lifetime, and I'm done with it. So please, even if you think you figured out who I am, don't share it. Let me keep what's left of my privacy. Long story short, I finally have a plan to leave and a safe place to go. If someone had told me 2 weeks ago that not only would I have a way out, but that I'd reconnect with family I didn't even know existed, I never would have believed them.
Final update. Hi everyone, I'm not planning to post another update for now, but I wanted to calm those who were worried about me. I'm doing fine. Truly, thank you all for your kindness and support. To answer some of the concerns people had, yes, I'm aware I don't really know my mom's side of the family yet, and I promise I'm being careful. I understand why my mom doesn't talk to them, and honestly, after seeing the documents and hearing their side, I believe them. They showed me actual court papers and messages that explained everything. My train isn't today or tomorrow, so before leaving, I'm still keeping in touch with them. They've been genuinely caring and trustworthy so far. My aunt, the one I'll be living with, is incredibly sweet. We already found a few shared interests, and she makes me feel welcome. Oh, and I don't think I mentioned this before. I'm applying to college. For the first time, it feels possible. Hopefully, I'll be living in a dorm, so I won't stay with my aunt for long, just until things settle down. Some people told me not to record a goodbye video for my parents, and you're right, it would only be used for their content. I was angry and hurt when I thought about doing it, but I've realized it's not worth it. Maybe one day I'll talk to them face to face, but not now. Someone gave a really smart piece of advice to contact the local police non-emergency line once I move, just to let them know where I'll be staying and ask for a welfare check after a few weeks. That's actually a brilliant idea. Thank you for that suggestion. Second update. Hi again. It's been some time, and I wanted to share how things turned out. In my previous post, I said I'd gotten in touch with my relatives on my mom's side and might have a place to go. Well, I did it. I'm safe now, away from my parents, and we no longer speak. My aunt is an absolute angel, kind, understanding, and full of warmth. My grandmother and uncle are just as amazing. When I first arrived, my aunt and grandma took me on a mini shopping trip, Clothes, room decor, everything I could possibly need. And yes, I finally have my own room. My uncle introduced me to my cousins. He has a son and a daughter about my age. We've already become good friends. We hang out, laugh, and just live like normal teens. My aunt helps me research nearby colleges, but keeps reminding me not to rush things, that I can take my time, and that her home will always be open to me. She's someone I've grown to deeply admire. The more time we spend together, the more I realize how much we have in common. I'm endlessly grateful for the love and acceptance they've shown me. For the first time in my life, I'm discovering who I really am. I changed my hair color and cut, picked out a new nickname, and that's what I go by now. My cousin helps me with makeup and shares her favorite music. She calls herself a cringe-free pop fan, but honestly, she's awesome. I even made a private Instagram, only 5 followers, and I plan to keep it that way. For once, I feel like a normal teenager. I look in the mirror and genuinely like who I see. I didn't realize how uncomfortable I'd been in my own skin before, always trying to take care of everyone else, but never myself. Now, I'm finally free to breathe, to grow, to just be. I've started seeing a therapist, and she suggested writing this update as a way to close the past chapter of my life, to let go, and to move forward. This will be my last update. I want to live my life, enjoy my future, and keep my personal space. Many people ask me to share more about my childhood or everything that happened, but I'm not ready. This is my story, and I decide what to share. For the first time, I have control over who knows what about me, and I'm not giving that up. I'm truly happy now. I'm safe, I'm making plans, thinking about my future, and discovering who I am beyond the image my parents created. Thank you all for your kindness, advice, and compassion. Goodbye, and thank you for helping me get here. I overheard my girlfriend mercilessly mocking me in front of her best friend, and it was brutal. My girlfriend's name is Jenna. She's 28, and we've been together for just over 2 years. I'm 33, a veterinarian, and we first met at my clinic. She had just moved to the city and brought her dog in for an ear infection. We started talking, and what was supposed to be a 15-minute appointment turned into an hour-long conversation. I had never been so captivated by a woman before. I used to live a typical bachelor lifestyle, thinking I'd probably stay single forever. My life, full of fleeting, casual encounters, was becoming increasingly dull and empty. Jenna is charismatic, with a large circle of friends, and her best friend is a guy named Dylan, whom she's known for years. I trust Jenna, but I'd be lying if I said their friendship didn't bother me. I'm not angry with her over it, and she assured me they've been lifelong friends with no romantic involvement. I'm confident enough in myself to accept their friendship, and even tried to get along with Dylan. He visited our city 3 times. He's a good guy, but it seemed like he didn't particularly like me. Jenna says he's just protective of her, but I think it's more jealousy than actual protection. Jenna had just finished graduate school this spring and was struggling to find work. We've been living together for a year, and I understand she couldn't yet contribute to rent or other expenses. I'm financially stable, so that wasn't an issue, but I didn't want my support to become an excuse for her to avoid seeking employment. I believe everyone needs financial independence, so I made it clear she should start paying half of the expenses once she got a job. On Monday, she messaged me that she had landed a job she really wanted after a tough interview. I was so proud of her that I decided to leave work early without telling her. I bought her favorite alcohol, picked up her favorite Chinese food, and a few weeks ago, I had bought her a necklace she loved in a shop. It had a small shark pendant, and she's obsessed with anything shark-related. I hid it in the basement, planning to surprise her later when she had forgotten about it. When I got home, I went through the side entrance to the basement to grab the necklace. As I climbed the stairs and opened the door, I overheard Jenna on the phone. Normally I wouldn't eavesdrop, but she was laughing until she cried. It sounded so sweet that I decided to wait until she finished the call to surprise her. She was talking to Dylan, which wasn't unusual. They spoke at least once a week. But then I caught what she was laughing about. It took me a few moments to realize she was mocking our intimate life. She said something like, "No, he doesn't even come close to my ex. My ex was at least 8 centimeters bigger. Every time I eat a tiny carrot, I feel sorry for him. It must be traumatizing to be bitten by the same size. It would almost be cute if it weren't so terrible. He has a great body until he takes off his boxers." There was a lot of laughter. Look, I don't care what strangers online think about my size, but what she was laughing at wasn't even true, which made it even more painful. I don't know about her ex, maybe he was huge, but I'm average, plain and simple. Not exceptional, but not a joke either. I've never felt insecure about it. Hearing my girlfriend discuss me with her friend, given my existing doubts about their relationship, was beyond hurtful. She also mocked me for being handsome, but not particularly smart. I'm actually well educated, so that didn't bother me. I know I'm intelligent, good-looking, and smart, with average equipment. After hearing this, I just left. Did I throw the flowers out of my car window? Yes. Did I cry in the parking lot? Yes. I think she either heard the basement door close or saw me drive off, because she quickly started texting me, asking when I'd be back. This happened on Monday, and I haven't brought it up with her since. I'm still processing it. It's painfully awkward, but damn it, I love her. I know I need to talk to her about it, but I don't know how. Any advice on how to start that conversation? I'm deeply hurt and not sure I can forgive her. I also want to add that I'm definitely planning to break up with Jenna. Today, I met 3 friends for a beer and told them what happened. Their advice matched yours. Break up and do it fast. I called my mom and told her everything too. Yes, I told her everything, even though it was embarrassing. We've always been very close, and I wanted to explain everything to her. I had never seen her so angry before. She knew that I had bought a ring for Jenna. I'll post an update once everything is settled, probably tomorrow. Emotionally, I'll be pretty shaken. Once again, thank you to everyone for the comments and support messages. I never expected so many people to take my side. Update. I finally gathered the courage and ended things with Jenna Thursday evening. Honestly, those were some of the most intense few days of my life. From Jenna's perspective, things got pretty messy. Apologies for the long post, but a lot happened. Following advice from friends, my mom, my brother, and many of you, I decided to talk to her in a public place. My reasoning was simple. Someone capable of such cruelty and dishonesty could easily twist the story, claiming I was abusive or any other nonsense. I wanted to believe she wouldn't do that, but after everything, better safe than sorry. I initially considered just packing her things and breaking up without explanation, but after 2 years together, I felt it was better to talk things through calmly and listen to her side, if she had one, even if it wouldn't change my decision to end things. I took her to a wine bar downtown that has small private booths with curtains. Since Monday, Jenna had been acting like an angel, which could mean 3 things. She felt guilty for her cruel behavior, she thought I might overhear her, or she simply noticed my distance and didn't understand why. She dressed up nicely, and I have to admit, she looked incredible despite everything. Jenna was also very affectionate and kept dropping suggestive comments about what she wanted to do with me later, usually my cute little baby carrot. Normally I'd laugh and enjoy it, but given the circumstances, it was hard to hear and stay composed. I had rehearsed what I wanted to say many times, so once we sat down and our wine arrived, I started talking. I don't remember every word because adrenaline was off the charts. I began by telling her how deeply I loved her, how she was the only woman with whom I felt such a profound connection, someone I fully opened up to and trusted. I told her she was the only one I had considered marrying, and the reason I went shopping for a ring. I didn't mention that I had already bought it, or that I had imagined us having children in the coming years. She kept interrupting with phrases like, "Oh, how sweet," or telling me how much she loved me. Then I looked her straight in the eyes and asked her bluntly, if she loved me so much, why did she mock me so terribly in front of Dylan? Her expression gave me a certain satisfaction. As expected, Jenna initially denied everything and pretended not to understand what I meant. She claimed Dylan knew how much she loved me and she never made fun of me in their conversations. I simply looked at her and said something like, Come on, Jenna. Even after I explained that I came home early Monday and overheard everything, she continued to deny it. Her calmness was irritating. I told her we both knew she was lying, and what she said was inexcusable. I couldn't understand why she would say such things, especially since she lied just to laugh at me. She kept pretending I was imagining it. She insisted she loved me so much, was never dissatisfied with our intimate life, and would never complain about my size. She claimed she loved me for my intelligence and caring nature. Had I not heard it myself, I might have believed her. She deserves an Oscar for that performance. Some commenters asked if I was sure she was talking about me when discussing her ex and his Kraken. She did mention my name, comparing me to him. I am completely sure she was referring to me and lying straight to my face. I told her I would drive her home so she could gather essential items from the house. My brother and his wife were there too. I wanted witnesses to confirm I let her collect her things without being aggressive. I said I'd pack the rest and leave it outside for her to take at her convenience. Jenna was shocked that I was actually ending things. She begged me to reconsider, but my decision was final. It was hard to hold back tears as she expressed how much she wanted to be with me forever and that she had planned to be the mother of my children. She kept asking what she should do now and where she would sleep. I told her that was no longer my problem and that she had plenty of friends she could stay with until she found a place of her own.
She only needed to take her clothes, toiletries, and a few personal items. Almost all furniture and decor in the house, which she had redone, had been paid for by me. And then the tears began. Jenna started crying, saying she couldn't understand how I could treat her this way. She repeated over and over that she always thought I was a good guy. I told her I am a good guy. That's exactly why I didn't throw her things on the lawn, change the locks, or leave without explanation. And then somehow she managed to twist the knife even deeper. She admitted she didn't know why she had said all those things to Dylan. Maybe it was because with him, she could laugh at things that would otherwise make her cry. Apparently, this included my penis. Normally, I don't stoop to sarcastic remarks, but I told her she was welcome to move back to her hometown and live happily with her ex and his 23-centimeter endowment. Seeing her tears vanish instantly was shocking. Clearly, in her eyes, I was a jerk, terrible with women, a failure, destined to be alone, with a tiny carrot down there. She said she never really loved me, that she saw me more as a friend and stayed to avoid hurting me. Makes sense, I guess. Then she said that if I ever proposed again, she would call me a loser and a jerk. And just in case I didn't understand, she repeated her little carrot comparison. Oh, and apparently I'm doomed to die alone. I told her that dying alone is better than dying in a marriage with a woman who doesn't love or respect me. No joke. Then she just screamed. A long, unbelievably loud scream. Not even words, just pure noise. It was terrifying. After that, she ran out, calling me a disgusting pig. I had already paid the bill and apologized to the waiter for the drama. When I stepped outside, she was just standing there, crying. Even though what she did and said was awful, it still hurt to see her like that. I didn't want to just leave her outside in the cold, so I offered to drive her home so she could gather her things, but she had to stay somewhere else afterward. She agreed. The car ride was silent, incredibly awkward. When we arrived home, my brother and his wife were there. His wife stayed inside while Jenna collected her belongings, and my brother waited with me outside. The process went relatively smoothly. I left her a note explaining that her things were on the porch and she could collect them anytime I was at work. I didn't hear from Jenna all day until it was time to come home from work. She sent a vicious message wishing me every misfortune imaginable. I didn't respond. When I got home, I found my house in complete chaos. I have no idea if she made a copy of the key or somehow knew how to pick locks, but she got inside and destroyed everything. Breakable items were smashed, furniture ripped apart, and the kitchen was ruined. The only good thing she did was lock my 2 dogs in a room, probably to keep them safe from broken glass or spilled food. I have 2 cars, one for daily use and an SUV for work, which I use for house calls or transporting large or exotic animals.
Among all this chaos, I remembered that I had given her the keys to the SUV in case of emergencies. She destroyed that too. Inside, flour was scattered and tomato sauce was spilled everywhere. It's just stuff, I know. But the most shocking part was that she could act so childish and destructive after everything we'd shared. Just the weekend before, we'd gone to a show, hung out with friends, played Monopoly, made up our own drinking game, watched Netflix, and even had sex multiple times. And now, my home and car were ruined, and I was left in turmoil. In a fit of anger, I immediately ordered 22-kilogram bags of mini carrots delivered to Jenna at her friend's address. 40 kilograms of tiny carrots, within an hour. That evening, I got plenty of angry and insulting messages from her. Yes, it was petty, but I don't regret it. Aside from the wasted food, hopefully she donates or cooks with them. I blocked Jenna. She's truly cruel, and I know I deserve better. Since Monday, I've reflected a lot on myself as a partner and tried to understand what might have caused her to build up resentment or dissatisfaction toward me. To be completely honest, I work hard, I make time for everyone I love, and I try not to bring stress home. Some days at work are just brutal, and today was one of them. I'll admit it. Jen and I had argued about this before, and I genuinely tried to organize my schedule so I could come home at a reasonable hour and leave the stress of work behind. But anyone who's a vet or knows someone in the field understands that we're always on call for emergencies. Sometimes we have patients that need constant monitoring or overnight care. Taking a day off is possible, but it's complicated. I have an incredible team that can handle most situations, yet even on days off or during vacations, I still get calls or messages. I'm sure there were moments when Jenna felt second to my work, and honestly, I know there were. She told me that herself. I tried to adjust, but there's only so much one can do. As far as I remember, I was never intentionally mean or rude to Jenna. Sure, there were bad days when I was irritated or distant, and we had arguments and disagreements, but nothing toxic or abusive. I really believed we had a strong relationship and that we were both happy. I was happy. Still, it's hard not to question yourself and wonder if I really had disappointed her or neglected her to the point that she felt so unloved that she acted out the way she did. I don't know. What I do know is that regardless of any perceived shortcomings on my part, her words and actions were completely unacceptable. I did not deserve any of it, and that's on her. A quick update, I filed a police report and took photos of the wrecked house, hoping it will help cover at least some of the damages under insurance. Honestly, I don't expect much from the police since I can't prove it was Jenna. And frankly, I don't want to see her again. I just hope the insurance covers the damages and I'll move forward with my life.
They want us to follow a dress code at school? Nope. I'll wear whatever I want. A little background for context. I've never been a fan of dress codes just for the sake of having them. So when I got into a boarding school that didn't require uniforms, I was thrilled. Honestly, I don't even hate dress codes in principle. My problem is always with how people interpret them. For example, if the rules say socks should be black or blue, 99.9% of people will assume it means navy blue. I'm the kind of person who'll show up in sky blue socks just to prove a point. Not to make trouble, but simply to share a sly grin with the handful of people who think, well, it does just say blue. It's my way of reminding the bureaucrats who wrote the rules that they aren't as airtight as they think. As my husband likes to say, I've always been a bit of a pain in the neck. I enjoy showing that either or isn't the only option. I've always dressed boldly, loved unusual combinations of fabrics and colors, and if someone had encouraged me to learn sewing back then, I probably would have become a fashion designer. But boarding school is hardly a place full of vibrant creativity. Despite being spirited, I was never a troublemaker. My mom used to describe me as a polite, well-behaved kid who could bend rules into a pretzel without ever technically breaking them. She had to word her rules very carefully whenever she left me home alone, but she also had to be cautious not to give me new ideas in the process.
If someone presented a rule as unbreakable, I just had to test it. And if they were pushy or smug about it, I'd find the cleverest way possible to prove them wrong. My mom always believed critical thinking was the real key to success in life. She taught me that if you can analyze a problem and figure out a solution, you don't need to have all the answers memorized. You just need to know how to find them. Remember, this was a decade before Google and smartphones, so I don't fault modern parents for having a different mindset. Still, I'd raise my own kids with the same philosophy if I had them. She raised me to believe success comes to people who don't just answer apple when someone asks what that round red thing on the table is. Instead, you pick it up, study its weight and texture, notice the sheen on its wax, memorize its smell. Because you never know when someone will ask you to describe the underside of an apple when there isn't one around. And when you grow up thinking that way, turning school dress codes inside out becomes kind of fun. So here's the actual story. At my boarding school, we had 2 dress codes. The first was called the class dress code, and that basically meant we were expected to look like young professionals. Pretty standard stuff. Skirts below fingertip length for girls, shirts and ties for boys, and all the usual details. The second set was for downtime, called city dress. That was when we hung out in the student lounge or went off campus. It was more relaxed, but still had enough restrictions to prevent the girls from wearing anything too revealing, or the boys from dressing like slobs in ripped clothes. Now, I had these suede knee-high fringe boots. Actually, I had 2 pairs, one black and one brown. They were the warmest, most comfortable boots I'd ever owned, even before Uggs became a thing. My mom and I had fought over those boots for years, so it was a huge personal victory when she let me bring them to school. One day, a teacher pulled me aside and told me that the faculty had been discussing my boots and decided they didn't fit the class dress code. But I read the rules, I argued. There's nothing in there about boots like these. I know, she admitted. But we've decided they don't fit the image we want. But the color matches, I know. The material's fine too. Suede is allowed. Yes. The rules don't mention height. Riding boots are permitted, right? That's true. So why then? I demanded. I honestly can't tell if I felt more angry or hurt. Probably both. This teacher was someone I respected, someone who had always been kind to me. And I immediately understood why they sent her to talk to me instead of someone else. Because I wasn't the type to throw a tantrum or cause a scene. I was the type to plan my revenge quietly. All right then, I said calmly, and walked away. That night, I studied the dress code rules word for word, line by line. I read through every single sentence of that dress code over and over again. I even said the rules out loud, picked up every item of clothing listed, and examined it like I was some alien who only had this manual and a piece of fabric to figure out why humans wear these things. I had to admit, it was a strict code, but they made 2 big mistakes. First, nowhere did it say where each piece of clothing had to be worn. Second, there was no mention that you even had to look presentable. The rules only specified colors and lengths. Skirts below fingertip length, socks above the ankle, sleeves covering elbows, and so on. Shoes had to be in muted tones, black, brown, or other earthy shades, like my fringe boots. But nowhere did it say you couldn't show up in, say, elf shoes. Of course, elf shoes wouldn't exactly scream professional, but still, loophole. I went to bed that night mad as hell, my head buzzing with mischievous ideas. I debated with myself for a long time whether I should even go through with it, but eventually I decided if I still felt the same way in the morning, I'd start phase 1. The next day, I woke up just as annoyed, and on my way to breakfast, I mentally made a list of the biggest clowns in my class. In the cafeteria, I found a couple of them and told them, "You know, the handbook is very specific about how ties must be knotted. Windsor, single, or double. And if it's a bow tie, it has to be tied in the classic way. But nowhere does it say ties have to be worn on the neck. The rule just says they must be properly tied. I suggested that they read it carefully that evening and decide for themselves what to do with that little loophole. The following day, ties were everywhere. On wrists, wrapped around glasses, tied across foreheads, looped around ankles, knees, thighs, even wrapped around fists like someone was stopping a nosebleed. If you could tie a Windsor knot on some body part, one of the boys in our school had done it. I was ridiculously proud of myself. Phase 1 was a total success. The teachers were irritated, of course, though plenty of students found it hilarious, until math class. One boy came in without a visible tie. He was the one who always wore a bow tie. The teacher looked down at him sternly and said, "I know you all decided to play games with ties today. I think we've been patient enough, but you do know the rules say you have to be wearing one." He grinned, looked her in the eye, and replied, "I am wearing one. You just can't see it." The room erupted in laughter. Maybe he did tie it around his ankle under his pants, or around his elbow under the blazer. Who knows? But to the rest of us, he instantly became the guy who wore his tie on his junk. By the end of the day, I was considered the legend who had found a loophole, and he was the legend who took it to, well, the most infamous possible place. The very next morning, the school email newsletter had an announcement. The rules had been updated. Ties must now be worn on the neck only. Fun times were officially over. But phase 2, oh, that was the real challenge. I'd been eyeing the most ridiculous pair of boots I'd ever seen at the mall. They were silver, with holographic rainbow circles all over, had a 5-centimeter platform, a 10-centimeter heel, and lace-up fronts that came just above the ankle. Utterly outrageous. I knew there was no way I could get away with them to class, but for city dress, I wanted them so badly. After 9 years of uniforms, I was finally starting to enjoy fashion. I'd been saving money for months and would sneak into that store whenever I could, just to look at them. For a while I tried to convince myself they were too expensive, but once they banned my favorite suede fringe boots, my desire for those wild rainbow boots only grew stronger. Eventually, I scraped together enough money. It felt like fate. That weekend, I practically skipped to the mall, grinning from ear to ear, only to find they were sold out in my size. I nearly burst into tears, but then, right next to them, I saw the same design in black patent leather. Until that moment, I'd dismissed the black pair as boring, especially compared to the silver ones. But here's the thing. Our dress code had an entire paragraph about patent leather shoes. They were allowed, but only if worn with pants. Why? Because of that absurd old belief that shiny shoes could reflect a girl's underwear if she wore a skirt. So my rainbow boots, absolutely banned. But their black patent leather sisters with silver accents, perfectly legal. Silver detailing was allowed, since shoelace eyelets could be made of metal. And the 5-centimeter platform and 10-centimeter heel, also fine. There wasn't even a height restriction for heels in the dress code. I guess the school assumed no high school girl would willingly spend an entire day in stilettos.
And unlike the shiny rainbow boots, their black patent leather version looked less like party footwear and more like ankle boots a pixie would wear. Funny thing is, I never would have even glanced at those black boots if it weren't for my newly discovered obsession with the dress code. The outfit started with these bright orange polyester pants covered in tiny gray-green amorphous specks, something that vaguely resembled a microscopic giraffe print. The green was barely visible. From a distance, it just looked like some random texture over the orange. The clash between the two colors was so aggressive that the pattern literally seemed to vibrate, making you dizzy and even a little nauseous if you stared too long. By sheer luck, I had also managed to grab an orange terry sweater in exactly the same shade. The result? From the waist up, I looked like a rejected Sesame Street character, while from the waist down, I resembled a disco-era misfit. Did I mention the pants were slightly flared? So on Monday, I walked into class looking like someone who'd been thrown off the set of Saturday Night Fever. My new platform boots had these heavy wooden heels that clumped so loudly they echoed through the entire building. Suddenly I was towering a good 10 centimeters over everyone else, more noticeable in the hallways, and even rivaling some teachers in terms of sheer presence. I caught a few of them throwing sideways glances at my boots, and I started keeping mental notes on which staff members apparently had it out from my suede knee-highs. It was obvious who found my appearance ridiculous. But I didn't stop there. It turned into a personal mission to curate the most hideous outfits my imagination could come up with. I didn't care how I looked anymore. I just wanted to make sure every piece still technically complied with the dress code. Even the teachers admitted my boots met the written requirements, they just didn't like them. I'd put effort into following their rules, and suddenly it wasn't good enough, simply because my choices weren't to their taste. So fine, if they didn't like my boots, I'd wear ugly boots every single day, forcing them to stare at outfits that nobody in their right mind would find appealing. And what could they do? Tell me daily that my clothes were wrong while failing to explain how? By their own admission, nothing I wore actually broke the rules, and I wasn't about to start breaking them. That's not my style. Living in a dorm had its perks. Girls shared clothes freely, so as long as you were willing to lend your stuff too, you essentially had access to 30 wardrobes just in our block alone. My own clothes had been carefully coordinated, but once you started mixing them with other people's, the results became gloriously absurd. Like when my roommate's loud neon blouse, which she only ever wore with a black skirt, ended up paired with another girl's skirt in a clashing wild print. I wore it specifically because the colors screamed at each other. Still, not against the rules. Those scandalous slut boots, I only ever paired them with pants. I raided every thrift store, vintage shop, and secondhand place in town. And since our city had no shortage of hippies, the selection was fantastic. I put together 3-piece suits with ties that made me look so boyish that at a parent-teacher meeting, one of the teachers actually asked my mom if I was... Apparently dressing badly meant you were automatically gay. I'd braid my bangs into a thin plait, clip a heavy earring to the end so it dangled, and then swing it back and forth over my desk or book, but only during the lessons of the teachers I suspected of discriminating against my boots. Basically, I did everything I could to annoy them with my appearance. At that infamous parent-teacher conference, they asked my mom to talk to me about my clothes. She blinked and asked if I was breaking any rules. They explained the boot situation. My mom laughed and told them there was nothing they could do. If there's one thing her daughter hated, it was being punished for a rule she didn't know existed. Or worse, one that had never even been written down. If you want to make a new rule right now to stop her, go ahead, Mom said. By tomorrow, she won't be doing this anymore. I promise you won't see those boots again. But the way she'll see it, you've taken away something she liked for no good reason. That's punishment, whether you call it that or not. And when she feels punished unfairly, she punishes back. Simple as that. My advice? Drop it, and spend the summer rewriting your handbook. Otherwise, you'll burn through paper trying to keep up with all the loopholes she's going to find. My daughter lives for finding loopholes. Honestly, I regret giving her so many puzzle books when she was little. Hearing this, the teachers admitted the only real reason they were ignoring my new boots was this. When the teachers saw how I reacted to the suede boots ban, some of them honestly seemed afraid to imagine what I might show up in next if they tried to outlaw the second pair as well. But being the well-behaved student that I actually was, I never wore those suede boots again. And after that, no one ever gave me grief about my outfits. Well, except for one time when my skirt ended up way too short. That one wasn't even intentional. The following year, I didn't return to that school, but for completely unrelated reasons, so I never found out if they rewrote any of their rules. To this day, though, I've kept those black boots. They're still tucked away somewhere, and every time I stumble across them at the bottom of a box, I can't help but smile. I even held onto a t-shirt from that era. It is without exaggeration the single ugliest piece of clothing I own, but I just can't throw it out. Every time I see it in my closet, I start laughing, remembering the whole saga. Somewhere I've even got photos of me in that ridiculous fuzzy orange getup. If I ever dig them out, I'll definitely share them. Back then, I was having the time of my life breaking their so-called dress code, and it felt amazing. So, here's the takeaway. Whatever problems you're facing, try flipping them inside out. Look at them from a different angle, twist them around, play with them. You never know where the cracks might be hiding. And of course, this is also just another wonderful story about how amazing my mom was. She always had my back. Though if I'm honest, I suspect she was also quietly angry that the teachers hated our boots.
Because if the school rules had been clearly written, she could have been wearing them all along. Instead, those awesome boots just sat gathering dust in my locker. I miss you, Mom. Edit. No, I didn't end up becoming a lawyer. Life just went in a different direction. These days I work for myself, building a business in a field I'm genuinely passionate about. I enjoy almost every minute of it. I'm happy, and I'm grateful that I get to love what I do. One last note. This whole story took place in the mid-90s.
I nearly lost $900,000 during my divorce, but instead, I destroyed my cheating wife in court with shocking evidence. I work as an elementary school teacher, so my daily routine is very predictable. I have fixed hours at school, and every Tuesday we usually had staff meetings that ended around 6 p.m. That meant I normally got home by 7. My wife, Terry, whom I had been married to for over 30 years, would go to the gym every Tuesday evening. She always came back exhausted, so I usually prepared dinner while she showered and handled the house chores. But one day, my principal surprised us by canceling the meeting. It was only 3:30 p.m., and I thought it would be a great idea to head home early, cook dinner, and maybe catch up on some household tasks. Lately, I'd noticed Terry becoming more distant, and I hoped a candle at dinner might help rekindle some spark between us. Our marriage had been strained by financial troubles, and I could feel her pulling away more and more. She wanted to control everything, and if things didn't go her way, she would become stubborn and irritable. I always thought of myself as patient, but it was starting to wear me down. When I got home, I noticed her car in the garage. That was strange, because she usually took the bus to the gym. I slipped in quietly through the back door. The first thing I saw was her purse sitting on the kitchen counter. Terry was always meticulous about where she placed her things, so this was odd. Then I noticed her workout clothes and a large towel on the floor. Just as confusion set in, I heard noises coming from upstairs. My first thought was that she might not be feeling well, so I cautiously started up the stairs. That's when I stumbled over a pair of men's shoes. Scattered on the steps were pants, a shirt, socks, and worst of all, Terry's lingerie, the kind she only wore for anniversaries or special nights. My blood ran cold. I froze on the stairs, heart pounding, stomach turning. For a moment, I thought I might faint. I sat down, trembling. Then anger began to boil inside me, an emotion I rarely allowed to take control. Years of teaching had given me patience, but this was beyond anything I could manage. I moved quietly toward the bedroom. To reach it, you had to pass through the walk-in closet. The door was cracked open just enough for me to see inside. And there it was, my wife, my partner of 3 decades, the mother of our children, betraying me in our own bed. I pulled out my phone and hit record. I knew I would need proof, not just for myself, but for the storm that was about to follow. Watching it unfold before my eyes was like living through a nightmare I couldn't wake up from. Terry, the woman who claimed to love me, who volunteered at charities, who acted like the perfect wife, was now just another liar. I couldn't watch anymore. I stopped recording, slipped out of the house, and just walked aimlessly. Eventually, I ended up in a park miles away. I sat on a bench, splashed some water on my face, and played the video back. The sound was low, so nearby kids wouldn't hear, but on that screen was the collapse of my marriage, my family, my entire life. And there in the park, I broke down and cried. By the time I got back home, it was around 7 p.m., my usual return time on meeting days. Terry greeted me at the back door with fake concern. "Do you want me to get you something to drink?" Her eyes were full of feigned worry, but I couldn't bring myself to tell her the truth. My voice shook as I muttered, "Not really. I think it's just my stomach. I'm going to take a shower and sleep it off."
All right, but take a bucket in case you throw up. I don't want to ruin the clean sheets, she said casually. That almost broke me. Those clean sheets had already been ruined, stained by betrayal. I replied more firmly, I'll sleep in the guest room tonight. And that's exactly what I did. For the next few days, I pretended to be unwell. She went on with life as if nothing had happened, while I carried the weight of the recording in my pocket. The evidence that my marriage was nothing but ashes. When Monday came, I finally decided what to do next. I needed answers. Was this just a one-time betrayal, or had it been going on for a while? The next morning, I told the principal that I had to undergo an unexpected medical procedure and wouldn't be able to teach for a few days. A substitute was arranged, which gave me the freedom I needed. On Tuesday, I left home as usual, but parked several streets away, then walked back quietly, cutting through neighbors' yards. I knew all the back routes and moved carefully so no one would notice me. I slipped into our detached garage and changed into casual clothes and soft shoes to keep silent. Then came the waiting. I remembered that the last time I'd come home early, there hadn't been any strange cars parked outside. That meant her lover probably came on foot. I crouched behind the hedge and bushes near our front entrance, hidden but with a clear view of the door. Terry carried on her morning as if everything was normal. Washing dishes, starting the dishwasher, vacuuming, dusting. Around 11:30, she went upstairs. I heard the shower running, followed by the toilet flushing. After about 45 minutes, she came back down and left the front door slightly open, an unspoken invitation for her guest. It didn't take long. Around 12:30, he showed up. I didn't know who he was at first, but I managed to capture about 10 seconds of video on my phone. It showed his side profile and almost a clear shot of his face. He didn't hesitate, he just walked straight into my house. The first words I heard froze me in place. I hope you're wearing that workout outfit again. Of course, Terry replied with a giggle. You always loved when I put it on. Sometimes I think that's what hooked you in the first place. That was all I needed. Their comfort with each other screamed of a long-term affair. They headed upstairs without a care in the world. I returned to the garage, my heart pounding out of my chest. My head was spinning with questions. Who was this man? How long had this been going on? And why hadn't she ever talked to me about anything? What terrified me more was the thought of my health. They hadn't used protection, at least not that I could see. The idea that she might have put me at risk made my stomach churn. I thought back to her years at the gym, the social circle of married women she had joined, and the charity events. Maybe the gym held the answers.
Update 1. Being a teacher came with one big advantage. I had access to printers and other resources. I decided to start by printing still frames from the video I'd taken. Identifying him was now my top priority. On Thursday, when Terry was supposed to go to the gym again, I suggested going with her. I claimed I was thinking about getting a membership myself, especially since school was on break. She immediately grew uncomfortable and tried to talk me out of it. It's really just a group of wives who chat more than work out, she insisted, but I didn't budge. So that Thursday, I walked into the gym with her. The moment I stepped inside, it felt like a scene from an old Western. Everyone turned to stare at me, whispering among themselves. Terry was visibly on edge, sneaking nervous glances toward the staff area. I tried to distract myself by walking around the facility. It was the usual setup, rows of machines, mirrors on the walls. Near the exit, I noticed a staff board with photos and contact info. At the top was the owner and director, Miss Elizabeth West, followed by 2 women and 1 man. My blood went cold. The man was him, the lover. Under his photo, Philip Barnes, head of training programs, personal coach.
As I memorized his number, I looked back toward the machines. Terry was gone. Panic struck me until I spotted her a few minutes later in a hushed but desperate conversation with none other than Philip. She stood partly hidden behind weight equipment, gesturing for him to leave. Then she quickly returned to her machine as if nothing had happened. She didn't realize I'd seen it all. I sat there burning with rage, trying to keep my composure. When she came back over, she noticed my pale face and asked softly, "Are you okay? Is your blood sugar still low?" "I'm fine now. Are you ready to leave?" Before she could answer, the director's voice echoed through the loudspeaker. "Ladies and gentlemen, the last training session of the day is canceled. Mr. Barnes suddenly felt unwell and had to go home." A wave of disappointment swept through the women in the gym. But I wasn't disappointed. For me, it only confirmed everything. Update 2. It seemed that workouts with Mr. Bonte were a cornerstone for many women at that gym. That alone made me think this needed deeper investigation. When I glanced at Terry, she didn't show much reaction to the announcement of his sudden illness. But I could swear I saw her shoulders relax, as if a huge weight had been lifted. "Let's go," she said quickly, snatching her towel and gym bag from the storage area where everyone left their things during class. We were just stepping out when a woman approached us, someone I didn't immediately recognize. "Hello," she said nervously. "Sorry, I'm new to all this and lost track of time. My son Timothy's here, right?" That wasn't usual. New parents often struggled with pickup procedures. I reassured her I'd get Timothy while colleagues covered the remaining kids. I found him near his classroom, chatting with another student. "Hey Tim, your mom's here. Let's head to the pickup area." He looked puzzled. He was in the last year of elementary school, old enough to not lose track of time. "That's weird," he muttered. "Mom's usually busy with her fitness instructor on Friday afternoons. Back at my old school, she often didn't come until 5:30. The word fitness instructor hit me like a hammer. My heart pounded as I casually asked, "Oh, that's great she takes care of her health. Do you happen to know his name?" "Yeah, it's Bonte or something like that. He works at the local gym but also does private lessons at home. That's who I want to be when I grow up. Mom always seems so happy and relaxed after training with him. We usually order takeout on Fridays because she doesn't have time to cook." I nearly lost my composure. This man wasn't just entangled with my wife, he was messing around with multiple women in town. Back at the car, his mother thanked me warmly for helping. "Not a problem," I said smoothly, "part of the job. By the way, I don't think we've officially met. I'm Gerard D. Kids just call me Mr. D." "Nice to meet you," she replied, shaking my hand. "I'm Mary Jones. I remember seeing you at the gym last Thursday. You were there with your wife, Terry. Sorry she seemed in such a hurry to leave. It looked like Mr. Bonte's absence threw everything off." The moment she said his name, her entire demeanor shifted. She paled, her hands trembled, and she stammered, Well, Mr. D, see you later," before practically fleeing the parking lot. That sealed it. Bonte wasn't just a trainer. He was a serial predator in our community.
Update 3. It was time to think about my future, and in that vision there was no Terry. Rage gave me clarity. I began reviewing all the small but crucial details of our shared life, the sort of things couples often overlook. Who pays which bills? Which insurance company do we use? When are utilities due? From which account do we make automatic payments? I discovered the mortgage had only a small balance left. My retirement account had grown to an impressive $900,000, thanks to mandatory contributions from our teachers' union. Our savings account, intended for an overseas vacation, held about $30,000. That trip was no longer on the table. My priority became draining it before Terry realized I knew about her betrayal. Quietly, I engineered a series of appliance breakdowns while she wasn't home. I'd unplug a cord, then claim a repairman had come to fix it, paying in cash. In reality, I pocketed the money and repaired it myself. Over time, I gathered nearly $20,000 this way. I also purchased tools and other necessities to prepare for what was coming. Update 4. I always paid cash for everything, showing the receipts to Terry, then secretly returning the items the next day. Dishonest? Absolutely. But honesty and trust had already been gutted from our marriage. Because of her actions, I was becoming a man I never thought I could be, a liar. Her Thursday daytime workouts with Bonte continued, and I no longer bothered even trying to initiate anything intimate with her. We coexisted like roommates. That was it. Quietly, I began boxing up my personal belongings, keeping them stored in the garage where Terry rarely went. Since her car usually sat outside, the garage was basically my territory, and she didn't notice my gradual disappearance. On the rare occasion she did ask about missing items, I told her they'd broken or that I didn't need them anymore. She accepted those answers mostly because many of my things didn't fit her preferred aesthetic anyway. When most of my possessions were gone and the house looked practically unchanged, I realized how much I had already surrendered to Terry's control over the years. I withdrew what I could from my retirement account and bought a small house on the edge of town. It wasn't much, just 2 bedrooms, a tiny yard, and a garage, but it was mine. Close to the school where I worked, and best of all, the mortgage was small enough that half my salary easily covered the payments. No mansion, no luxury, but solid. Amazing what you can find if you're willing to skip the glossy neighborhoods. I moved my belongings in piece by piece. Furniture wasn't a problem. Secondhand shops and donation centers were full of cheap finds. Honestly, the place reflected my own state. Used, but still standing. It was time for everyone to get what they deserved. One afternoon at school pickup, Mary Jones came over to me again. Her son Timothy was playing nearby, but I immediately noticed she looked shaken, as if she had been crying. As a teacher, you get trained to read those signs. "Mr. D, can I talk to you for a minute?" she asked, her voice wavering. "Of course. Just park over there and meet me at the benches." I always joked that those benches near the pickup zone were my office. She parked, then joined me, while Timothy kicked a ball around. She hesitated, then finally began. "I don't know how much you know about what's been happening at the gym." I kept my face steady. "I know Terry, my wife, enjoys it there. Says it keeps her in shape." She bit her lip, clearly wrestling with herself, then blurted, "There are things you need to know." I cut to the chase. "Does this have to do with Philip Bonte?" Her expression hardened instantly. "You have no idea just how much it has to do with that pig." "I can imagine. But go on." Tears welled in her eyes. "He targets women at the gym. Regulars. He watches, waits, and then pounces." I asked how she knew. She looked away, ashamed. "Because I was one of them. Until last month. We met every Friday at 12:30. Her voice faltered as though reliving it.
She confessed how she had believed there could be a future with him. Divorced, lonely, missing intimacy. Bonte had filled a void, until suddenly another woman replaced her. He dropped her cold, with nothing but a half-hearted, "Sorry, can't anymore." She gave a bitter laugh through tears. "I thought I was special. Turns out I was just another notch." I sat stunned. How could she unload this on me, her child's teacher? She must have been truly desperate. Trying to offer some comfort, I murmured, "Relationships aren't always what they seem." Her eyes narrowed, searching my face. Then she whispered, "You already know, don't you? About him and Terry?" I swallowed hard. "Yes, I know." Mary reached for my arm. "Then please believe me. He'll keep doing this until someone stops him. He doesn't care who he hurts as long as his ego's fed. He even brags about it at bars with his buddies." Her tone sharpened.
If you need my help to make him pay, just say the word. That man deserves to be brought down." She called for Timothy and drove off, leaving me in silence. I sat there, mind racing. Oddly, I felt a flicker of relief. Her confession made my plan for revenge seem less like an act of a betrayed husband and more like a moral obligation. Bonte wasn't just wrecking my life. He was a predator preying on countless women. The question now was, how many more? I started piecing together his schedule. The gym was open every day except Mondays, and he seemed to be there constantly. Using the number listed at the gym, I tracked down his address. Just 3 blocks from our house. No wonder it was so easy for him to sneak over for sessions with my wife. I told Terry that my doctor had recommended daily evening walks around 5 p.m. Luckily, she showed no interest in joining me. That gave me the perfect cover. Since I knew it wouldn't interfere with her own meetings, everything went smoothly. During my first evening walk, I headed straight to Bonte's address and discovered that he lived in a ground-floor apartment among several similar buildings. His car wasn't there, so I lingered nearby to catch his return. He usually left our house well before 6 p.m., which meant he almost always came back around that time. Sure enough, at exactly 6 p.m., he walked into his apartment. It became a routine, day after day, whenever I was free to go out. On days I had staff meetings and couldn't leave, I assumed he still followed the same pattern. I began to suspect that his evenings at the gym weren't really about exercise, but about meeting different women. To confirm this, I adjusted my schedule, starting my walks earlier and watching his daily movements more closely. Eventually, I decided to take a full week off from work just to investigate. I went to an electronics store and purchased surveillance equipment, a long-range listening device, motion-triggered HD cameras with audio, and an external hard drive for storage. On Monday, after setting everything up, I installed the first camera inside Bonte's apartment. Luckily, his place was small, almost like a studio with a kitchenette and dining space. One camera was enough to cover the entire living area, except the bedroom. Breaking in was shockingly easy. He hid his keys under the doormat. Careless. All I had to do was wait for him to head to the gym, slip inside, place the camera, and leave. From then on, every sound or movement in his apartment was recorded and streamed straight to my laptop, time-stamped and secure. That same evening, I got my first footage, Bonte eating takeout in front of the TV before heading to bed at 9 p.m. The next day, I slipped into the gym through the back entrance after closing time and set up a second camera in a private room where clients were usually assessed. This was the same room Bonte often used for one-on-one sessions. By Wednesday, when Terry went out shopping, I had already installed the third and fourth cameras, one in our bedroom and another in the living room. Reviewing Tuesday's recordings shocked me, though deep down I wasn't surprised. Bonte woke up, went out for breakfast, then came back and made a phone call. "Julie, hey, it's me. He's gone. See you at 12:30. Wear what I told you. Don't worry, I'll be careful. No one will see me come over. You said he's out for 3 days? Perfect. I'll come Thursday and Friday, too. We'll talk later. Love you." He hung up with a spring in his step, practically glowing. On Thursday, I set up in the garage with my laptop, waiting. As expected, the camera caught him returning with breakfast again, then calling Terry. She answered. "Good thing my husband left for work. See you at 12:30, like always." That was the breaking point. Later, I asked Mary, Terry's mother, to help me compile a list of all the women Bonte had been involved with in the past. She attacked the task with energy, and within a week, I had names and addresses. To my horror, Terry's name was on that list too. At this point, our house meant nothing to me. It wasn't a home anymore, just a building. Terry noticed the emptiness, but I brushed it off by saying I was reorganizing my things.
Meanwhile, I secretly prepared for the end. I met with a divorce attorney, set up new bank accounts and insurance under my name only, moved our vacation savings to my private account, and switched to a new SIM card. I even changed the beneficiaries of my retirement plan to our children. I gathered all the evidence, surveillance footage, phone transcripts, photographs. I placed it all in folders, along with the names and contact details of the women Bonte had been with. I even included the address of a local clinic for STD testing, since most of his affairs were unprotected. On our kitchen table, I left divorce papers, DVDs of their encounters, printed stills, and my wedding ring, cut in half and smeared with grime. Beside it was a note. "Terry, this ruined ring is what's left of our marriage. Do not contact me. If you must, do it through the attorney listed in the documents. I've requested a restraining order at the school, so do not come there. Any disturbance will result in immediate police intervention. Our children know the truth, so don't expect to rewrite the story." Then I left. In the weeks that followed, everything fell apart for them. Word of the scandal spread quickly. The gym owner was forced to shut down and leave town. Bonte was later found beaten in an alley downtown. Divorce filings surged in our area, and several houses went up for sale. Terry came home that day, found my farewell package, and fainted on the spot. A neighbor called an ambulance. She later tried to contact me, but I ignored every attempt. Eventually, she even stormed the school, which ended in her arrest. After that, her efforts stopped. Our children didn't hold back. They confronted her openly, disgusted by her betrayal. Thankfully, they had inherited stronger values from me, not her. The divorce went through, and financial matters were settled. Terry had to sell the house and move into a smaller place on the outskirts of town. By then, she was known around the community as the gym slut. Every time she went out, whispers and mocking glances followed. Shame and depression eventually pushed her into psychiatric care. As for me, I kept teaching, rebuilt my life, and now live peacefully in my new home.
The entitled lady at Starbucks. A woman with an inflated ego decided that using mobile orders was unfair and demanded that I wait in line, even though my drink was already paid for and ready. I'm 28. There's a Starbucks conveniently located near my therapist's office, and over the past few months, I've gotten into the habit of grabbing a sugary drink before each session. Don't judge me. I know those 400-calorie whipped cream-topped sugar bombs aren't real coffee, but that overpriced $10 liquid dessert is my small comfort before diving into emotional self-improvement. Yesterday morning, on my way to therapy, I made a rare, smart decision. I ordered ahead through the app to avoid the lunchtime rush. Perfect timing. 10 minutes later, I walked in just as the barista was finishing my pumpkin spice cold brew. She called my name, and I happily stepped forward to grab it. But before I could pick it up, a manicured hand gently landed on my forearm. The hand belonged to a woman who looked about 35, polished, confident, wrapped in a flawless linen suit. Her sleek ponytail, gold jewelry, and designer bag practically scream, "I'm important." She exuded that unmistakable aura of superiority, chin slightly raised, posture perfect, as if she believed the air around her was more refined than everyone else's. For simplicity, let's call her Miss Entitlement. Her smile looked polite, but her tone was sugary sweet and condescending, like a teacher correcting a clueless child. "That's not yours," she said softly. I frowned, confused. I checked the cup. My name was written right there. "Oh, sorry. Do you have the same name? I think this one's mine. What did you order?" She shook her head, the smile tightening. "No, my name's much longer than that. I ordered a hot soy matcha with 2 pumps of vanilla." "Ah, then this definitely isn't yours. This one's a pumpkin spice cold brew. Maybe yours is still coming out. You could ask the barista." I reached for my cup again, but her manicured claws tightened around my arm. Her mask slipped, and that fake smile cracked. "You didn't say it was mine," she snapped. "I said it's not yours. I saw you walk in and grab the first drink you saw. You can't do that. You need to wait in line like everyone else." It finally clicked. "Oh, I ordered through the app. It's prepaid and ready for pickup. See?" I pulled up my confirmation email on my phone and showed her. "Order placed 12 minutes ago, paid in full." She barely glanced at it before smacking my hand away, hard enough to leave a red mark. "You can't just walk in and take it," she hissed. "I don't care if it's your drink. It's not fair to everyone else who's waiting." I stood there, stunned. Did this stranger seriously just hit me over a Starbucks order? Around us, maybe 8 people were waiting for their drinks, with another dozen still in line. She honestly thought I should wait behind all of them just to satisfy her warped sense of fairness? I locked eyes with the barista, who looked exhausted, the kind of weary look only years of customer service trauma can create. She sighed and approached us cautiously. "Hi, is there a problem here?" Before I could answer, Miss Entitlement jumped in. "Yes, this girl just walked in, grabbed a random drink, and won't wait her turn. Tell her to get back in line." I held up my phone. "That's not true. This is my drink. I ordered it through the app. Here's the confirmation, and the name matches the cup. Look." The barista double-checked my phone, glanced at the label, and nodded. "Yes, ma'am, this order is hers. She paid in advance." The entitled woman's jaw tightened. "I don't care if she paid. I've been waiting here like everyone else. She doesn't get special treatment." The barista's tone stayed calm, but firm. Her order came through the mobile system earlier, so it was prepared in order of receipt. You're welcome to use the app next time to skip the line. But you can't stop other customers from collecting their drinks or use physical force. Please step aside or I'll have to ask you to leave. Miss Entitlement's face flushed crimson. "No, I want my drink and she can wait like everyone else. Make my matcha first. I don't care if hers is done." I sighed. "I'm actually running late for an appointment, so can I just take my drink and go?" Also, she hit me. There's a red mark on my arm. Maybe call security? The barista nodded. "Yeah, I think that's best." Up until that moment, Miss Entitlement hadn't raised her voice. She'd been calmly dripping venom with that infuriatingly patronizing tone, like she thought we'd all eventually come to our senses and realize she was right. But when the barista finally handed me my drink, her composure shattered. Her face twisted with pure rage as she turned on the poor employee. "This is ridiculous. Your system is broken. Do you have any idea who I am? You'll regret this. Get your manager now." And that, my friends, is how I got smacked in the hand by a Starbucks Karen because she doesn't understand how mobile orders work.
I didn't do anything wrong. I paid for my drink, and I'm not going anywhere. I'll sit here and enjoy it. I have every legal right to do so, and there's nothing you can do to stop me. While the demon continued her tantrum, I glanced at the unflappable barista. She blinked heavily, and for a moment I thought she might actually cry. But then I realized, this battle-hardened warrior was simply restraining the urge to roll her eyes. She met my gaze and gave a subtle nod toward the door. After years of surviving the front lines of customer service hell, she could handle this herself. The crowd parted like the Red Sea, letting me pass toward the exit. Just as I reached the door, the elegant woman realized her prey was escaping and screeched, "Hey, where do you think you're going? She can't just leave. Someone stop her. I said she has to wait her turn like everyone else." I raised a single finger in her direction and slipped out the back door just as the bell above the entrance jingled. A security guard had arrived. Beelzebub's righteous tirade immediately shifted gears. Now she was shouting that she had every right to be there, that she hadn't done anything wrong, and that she refused to be kicked out. She demanded her money back, a free matcha, and a formal apology right now. Each sentence was punctuated by the sound of her slapping the counter.
Her indignant screeching slowly faded behind the closing door as I walked away, holding my well-earned cold brew like a trophy. I like to imagine the guard didn't have to physically throw her out, though honestly, knowing her, she probably regained her composure, lifted her chin, and swept out like an insulted duchess, muttering something about her lawyer. As I sipped that heavenly pumpkin-spiced madness, I pictured a lonely venti soy matcha latte, extra hot, 2 pumps of vanilla, slowly cooling on the counter. And somewhere, a decaffeinated Beelzebub was probably raging in her fancy office. That thought made every sip taste even sweeter. Edit. Wow, I didn't expect so many people that actually read this all the way through. I figured I'd take a minute to answer a few common questions that keep popping up in the comments. Yes, I'm Australian, and yes, this really happened here. About the infamous pumpkin-flavored monstrosity, I fully admit I have the world's worst taste in coffee, but drinking something that tastes like a scented candle has always been a weird little dream of mine. And you know what? Shockingly good. Props to America for that one. To those asking why I didn't stand up for myself, I'm a lover, not a fighter, meaning I literally can't fight. If I tried to punch her, I'd probably hurt my own hand more than her face. Plus, I didn't want to get banned from the only Starbucks I ever go to, or, get charged with assault. Why didn't I call the police? I was already late for therapy, and I didn't want to spend hours giving a statement. She didn't really hit me, more like a slap on the wrist that left a red mark for a while. No bruise, nothing worth reporting. Should I have thrown my drink on her? Absolutely not. I'd rather calmly sip my $9 coffee milkshake in peace. Besides, if I'd made a mess, the poor employees would have had to clean it, not her. Oh, and shout out to the guy who literally made a fake account just to send me a death threat because he didn't like my tone and thinks I'm a stuck-up witch. Honestly, kind of flattering. That's a lot of effort for one hate message. If you're reading this, send me your name and address. I promise I won't forward it to the cops. And finally, to everyone who made it this far, thank you. It's nice knowing someone actually reads this stuff. This was fun to write, but it's now 4 a.m. and I'm about to crash. Let's see what chaos tomorrow brings. Before we move on to the next story, I've got a question for you. What would you do in this situation? Actually, it reminded me of something that happened to me recently. It's kind of similar. I'd ordered a shawarma through an app, got a notification that it was ready, but when I arrived, I had no idea where to pick it up. The girl behind the counter, she was serving someone else, totally silent, and I just stood there, waiting, confused. I finally asked, "Hey, can I pick up my shawarma?" And she just didn't answer. Awkward silence. I waited until she finished with the customer, asked again, and she finally handed it to me. I said, "You could have just said something," and she replied, "Can't you see I'm serving someone?" Like, what? I was new there, didn't know how pickup worked, and she couldn't spare 2 words to clarify? Some people just really hate being mildly helpful. Anyway, what do you think? Was she totally right to ignore me? Or was that just bad customer service? Curious to hear your thoughts, because like in the Starbucks story, sometimes these wait your turn situations aren't as black and white as they seem.
Told my dad's friend exactly what I think of him. I told my father's longtime friend, a man who's treated me like a child my entire life, that I hate him. Years ago, my dad met a man named Harold through mutual friends, and they hit it off immediately. I was 18 at the time, a college student, and we were never close. Still, for some reason, Harold considered himself a family friend and always talked down to me like I was 5. Every time I saw him, I tried to convince myself he wasn't that bad, and every time, he proved me wrong within a minute. He didn't respect boundaries and loved to remind me I was just a kid. Whenever I joined a conversation, he'd mock me, my studies, my hobbies, anything, just to get a reaction. And when he saw he'd annoyed me, he'd grin and say, half jokingly, "Do you hate me yet?" I'd always reply, "No, but only because of Dad." The final straw came when I was 20. We were having a barbecue, and out of nowhere, Harold interrupted everyone to say, "You know, I actually like you, even though you're such a rude, arrogant girl." I'd been quiet the whole day, doing some homework while helping out, polite and calm every time someone spoke to me. Even if I hadn't been, that comment was completely out of line. After that, I started avoiding every family gathering where he might show up. Fast forward to yesterday, my dad's girlfriend was having a small birthday dinner at Dad's apartment. I came with my fiancé and our 6-month-old son, and of course, Harold was there. I hadn't seen him in years, but he talked to me exactly the same way, like I was some clueless teenager. Except now I'm 26, engaged, and a mother. Throughout the party, he kept offering advice that I was too young to marry, too young to raise a baby. Thankfully, most of the guests disagreed with him. My son slept through most of the afternoon, and when he woke up hungry, I went to feed him in my old bedroom. There's still a crib there. When I came back, I heard Harold joking about how long I'd been gone, making disgusting comments about me barely keeping up as a mom. Then he interrupted a conversation I was having with one of Dad's friends to start interrogating me about motherhood, like it was his business, and made more comments about my age. The moment he asked if I'd ever considered putting my baby up for adoption, I realized I was done. I grabbed my son, told my fiancé we were leaving, and said goodbye to everyone, except Harold. As we were heading for the door, he followed us, asking, "Why are you leaving?" I tried to brush him off, but he kept pressing. Finally, like he always did, he laughed and said, "Come on, do you hate me or something?" And this time, I looked him in the eye and said, "Yes, I do. Can we go now?" He just stood there speechless as we walked out. On the drive home, my fiancé told me he was proud of me. The next morning, my dad called and said the exact opposite, that I'd been rude, that I'd made things awkward. We argued a bit before deciding to drop it. I know this isn't over, but if it continues, it won't be because of me. It wasn't my proudest moment, and part of me regrets saying it out loud, but I'm done letting that man humiliate me. Edit. Wow, there are a lot of comments here, so I'll answer a few common ones. No, I don't think Harold is secretly in love with me. His behavior has always been patronizing and dismissive, not flirty. And for the record, no, he didn't tell me to give up my son. He asked me if I'd thought about it when I first got pregnant. Still an awful question, especially since he cut off another woman who was also pregnant just to say it. I don't like drama. When someone makes me uncomfortable, I leave. When I don't like a person, I avoid them. It's easier that way. My dad and I argued until I told him exactly what Harold said about adoption. That finally shut him up, though I don't think he fully understood that this wasn't the only reason I left. It was just the last straw. I don't expect my dad to stop being friends with Harold. He's an adult and can make his own choices. I never told him I hated Harold before because I didn't think I needed to. He's Dad's friend, not mine. I've been distancing myself from that man since I was 20. I've seen him maybe twice in 6 years. My fiancé didn't hear the comments. He was across the room, but I told him everything in the car, and he's completely on my side. Before we move to the update, I'll throw the question to you all. Do you think I was right to finally tell Harold I hated him? Personally, I think I was. He'd pushed me for years, waiting for that reaction, and I finally gave it to him. There's a big difference between teasing a teenager and insulting a grown woman who's a mother. Some people need to learn that line.
Update 1. Hey everyone. I honestly didn't plan to write an update, but I had a bit of time, so here we are. Let's start with the biggest theory, that Harold has a crush on me. I really don't think that's true. His comments have always been annoying and condescending, but never sexual. Though I'll admit, some of your replies made me a bit uneasy. Even if I regretted my words at first, I never once doubted that standing up to him was the right thing to do. I think the regret came from realizing that 8 years of keeping the peace had finally ended. It took a bit of time to feel the relief, but it came. Honestly, I wanted to tell him off ever since that barbecue years ago. That's when he went from annoying to insufferable. The day after I posted, my dad called Harold. Apparently, Harold tried to spin everything, said the adoption comment came from a place of concern, that he just worried I became a mom too young and didn't know what I was doing. He even apologized to my dad. Yeah, right. I don't buy it for a second. The next day, Dad called me and said I should forgive Harold because it was all a misunderstanding. He even suggested I apologize for overreacting and saying I hated him over something so small. Thing is, Harold made plenty of demeaning comments right in front of my dad, usually when others were around, so Dad just never noticed. He tends to ignore anything that doesn't directly affect or anger him. So no, I don't expect him to suddenly understand. For him, nothing Harold said was that bad. For me, it was years of disrespect. I told my father I hadn't exaggerated when I said I hated Harold, and that his comment about adoption wasn't the only reason. I listed nearly every humiliating thing he'd ever said or done, including what happened at the party. He didn't remember any of it. I made it very clear that I despised Harold long before that day and had nothing to apologize for. Then I told him that I wouldn't attend any event where Harold would be present. My father didn't have to stop being friends with him or inviting him over, but he needed to understand that he couldn't count on me being there. I said I'd always ask in advance who was invited, and if he lied, I'd simply leave. Dad said I was overreacting, but I reminded him that I had been avoiding Harold for 6 years, and no one even noticed, so clearly it wasn't a problem for anyone. Since that barbecue incident, I'd only seen him twice, once at lunch last week, and another time when I was pregnant. Clearly, my father's life hadn't fallen apart without me socializing with his friend. I told him I wasn't obligated to like his friends, just like he wasn't required to like mine. We argued a bit, but in the end, he agreed to my terms. Yesterday, while we were talking about something unrelated, he casually mentioned that Harold was upset. I ignored it. I'm not planning to cut contact with my father completely. I know there were moments over the past few years when I was close to doing it, but ultimately I realized it wouldn't change much. Our relationship actually became easier once I moved out. Now we only see each other a couple of times a month. It still annoys him that I rarely call or text, but at least he stopped complaining. There's no point in cutting off someone who no longer has control over your life. It's better to remember what they did wrong while raising you and make sure not to repeat their mistakes with your own child. Though honestly, my father's been walking on thin ice for a long time. I don't let him stay alone with my son. I don't trust him for more than an hour. When I got pregnant, I began encouraging him to start therapy. And finally, this June, he did. His attitude toward me and my younger sister, who splits her time between our divorced parents, has genuinely improved since then. I made it clear that if he quits therapy, I won't let him see his grandson. For the first time ever, my dad actually seems to be changing for the better. It's hard to stay optimistic, but I'm trying. And if I ever decide to go no contact, it definitely won't be because of damn Harold. That's about it, really. I'm relieved that I don't have to pretend anymore. Things with my father are still tense, but I'm not dwelling on it. My main priorities are my son, my fiancé, and my work, and that's not going to change anytime soon.
Update 2. Last week, my fiancé, our baby, and I spent a few days visiting my cousin. On the day we arrived, we went with her to pick up her daughter, my little cousin, I'll just call her my niece, from school. When we got there, she was chatting with a boy. She saw us, gave him a friendly goodbye hug, oh the horror, and ran over to us. We talked for a bit, and then she immediately focused on my son, completely smitten. She grabbed my fiancé's hand and dragged him off to show our baby to our classmates while I waited with my cousin. A few minutes later, someone called out my cousin's name. It was the boy's mother. She walked over, pointed at my cousin, and snapped, "You need to teach your daughter some manners. She shouldn't be talking to my son, let alone hugging him. They're far too young for that." Then she turned around and left without waiting for a reply. For reference, both kids are 5. All he did was compliment her Shrek Crocs. Update 3. I checked someone's essay for grammar, and now that person blames me for getting a failing grade. Since high school, I've occasionally proofread friends' papers, mostly fixing grammar and making small tweaks. One friend didn't even understand what paragraphs were until college. I'm no professional, but I've always been decent enough that people kept recommending me. I graduated in 2019, I don't teach, don't study anymore, and don't charge money, I just do it for fun, though lately not so often. I have a job, a husband, and a baby, and most of my friends finished school years ago. One of the few exceptions was a close friend who recently decided to get a second degree. Last week's class had to submit a big written project, and he recommended me to a classmate. Let's call him Derek. He's 18 and sounded normal on the phone, though in hindsight I think he was probably high. He promised to send his paper at least 24 hours before the deadline so I could check it for grammar. Instead, he sent it at 1 a.m. the day it was due at 7:30 a.m. I was annoyed, but decided to keep my word. It was 3 pages long, and I immediately realized that at least half of it had been written by ChatGPT, badly. The facts were wrong, it even mixed up 2 completely different people, which ruined the entire section. But since it was 1 a.m. and the grammar in that part was fine, I focused only on fixing the truly awful mistakes in the rest. I sent it back within an hour. He didn't even thank me. Yesterday, Derek got his grade, 2 out of 10. His professor apparently said that was generous. Derek's reaction, he texted me, "What the hell did you do? You were supposed to fix everything." I reminded him that I only correct grammar, not factual errors. Both I and our mutual friend had told him that multiple times. He kept arguing that I should have rewritten the wrong parts since I noticed them. So basically, this guy submitted a half AI written paper and now blames me for his failure. Judging by his messages, he actually expected me to rewrite chunks of the essay for him. The audacity. I get it. Being a student is hard. I've been there. But I would never treat someone who's helping me for free like that. Honestly, I'm seriously considering never proofreading anyone's work again. Update 4. A quick one, but it's about Harold. Hi, everyone. Can't believe it's been over a year since my last update. I meant to write sooner, but life has been hectic. Raising a toddler, getting married, working like crazy, and binge-watching Supernatural. So yeah, I've been busy. Avoiding Harold openly has worked beautifully. My father respects my boundaries. Every time he invites my husband and I for dinner, I ask who else will be there, and if Harold's on the list, he tells me honestly. He's never lied, and he doesn't insist if I say I'm not coming. Since then, I've only seen Harold once, at my father's birthday party a couple of months ago. Yes, I knew he'd be there. My dad promised to tell him not to talk to me. Plus, there were going to be kids there, children of my dad's friends, some of whom I used to babysit. I love those kids more than I hate Harold, so I went. I spent most of the evening with my son and the kids. Harold didn't speak to me once, so I guess my father kept his word, though I did notice Harold glance at us a few times, and my husband caught him too, and my husband, the calmest man alive, somehow managed to look intimidating in return. God, I love that man. But guess who did talk to me? Harold's new girlfriend. Yep, he's dating someone now. We crossed paths twice. First when she came over to coo over my son and told me he needed a haircut. Instant dislike. Later she came back and said, "You're shy, aren't you?" I said, "No." She laughed and added, "Oh yes, you are." She said it in that sing-song tone people use with 6-year-olds. I barely kept a straight face, otherwise I might have told her that I just preferred hanging out with kids who were far better company than her and her insufferable boyfriend. Honestly, they're perfect for each other. Not much else to add. My dad broke up with the woman he was dating last year, long story, and now he has a new girlfriend. She's not annoying or crazy, and honestly, I like her. Still, I'd bet their relationship won't last more than a year. Things with my dad aren't perfect, but they're better. He actually apologizes now. Maybe it's therapy working. Or maybe motherhood just made me terrifying. Either way, I'm not complaining. And I have to admit, he's turned out to be a great grandpa. I'm genuinely happy my father continues to respect my boundaries regarding Harold. I don't need that man in my life at all. Right now, I'm content. My son's happy and healthy. Part of me misses when he was tiny, but I'm prouder of him every single day. Watching your child grow into himself, it's just the best feeling in the world. My ex-wife cheated on me, then tried to become a copy of my new girlfriend after her lover cheated on her. My ex-wife, she's 48 and I'm 47, left me for a man who was actually married to her best friend from high school. Yeah, great friend. We've been married for 20 years, and I thought we had 2 kids together. Recently, I found out the younger one isn't biologically mine. She's his. My ex knew it from the start and kept it secret all these years.
My name is still on the birth certificate, though, and I plan to fight for custody because that little girl is my daughter, not by blood, but by everything else that matters. Apparently, their affair had been going on for a long time. Finding out felt like being punched in the gut. When I asked her to choose him or me, she said him. Why? Because, in her words, he can go for a second round right after sex. That was it. That was her reason. She didn't care that I worked 2 jobs to pay for her college, that I gave up my dream of becoming a musician so she could stay home with the kids. Kids she was cheating on me around. She and the kids were my entire world, but she was never an easy woman to live with. She's bipolar, and life with her was a constant storm of anger and emotional abuse. I used to tell myself she couldn't control it, but later I learned from her own friends that sometimes she hit me simply because she felt like it. My kids saw it all, her screaming, her hitting me, and I just stood there, never fighting back. I hated that they had to witness that. Once, near the end, she snapped because I didn't take the trash out the moment I came home. She grabbed me by the throat and started choking me, right in front of our son. I managed to say, "He's never going to forget this." That's when she finally let go. Looking back, I should have left years earlier, but I stayed. For the kids. I thought I was protecting them. When the truth finally came out, she sat across from her best friend, the wife of the man she'd been sleeping with, and said, "Yes, it's true. No, I'm not sorry." Then she just got up and walked away. She moved out, took the kids, and moved in with him, in an apartment just down the street. Even then, I hoped she'd realize that the grass isn't greener. After all, this guy had cheated on his wife before, several times, and she knew that. I waited that entire first year thinking she'd come back. She even kept a spare key to our place, and I thought maybe she held on to it because she knew she'd return one day. But by the end of that year, things got ugly. Her new boyfriend would show up at the bus stop when I dropped off the kids for school, saying, "I came to say goodbye to my daughter, not yours, mine." I told him, "Then why were you fine letting her raise her for the past 5 years? Why did you let her take my last name? Why was I there for her birth while you were nowhere around?" He nearly hit me. That same night, they both came to my place drunk because he wanted to fight it out. My ex made it public, bragging all over Facebook about her new man. Our mutual friend saw it and immediately reached out to me and his wife. Of course, I took screenshots. She didn't seem to care that she was ruining her image before the divorce was even finalized. But honestly, why would she? By then, I had already confronted her with the paternity test results. For a while, I was destroying myself mentally, wondering what I could have done differently. She accused me of not being there. But how could I be when I was working 2 jobs to just keep us afloat? I'd come home exhausted, the house a mess, walls covered in crayon drawings, blinds ripped down, and she'd still scream at me for not taking the trash out. 16 hours of work a day, and that was her biggest problem. Eventually, I started to believe maybe it really was my fault, that I somehow caused it all. It took time, and my brother, to pull me out of that mindset. He forced me to join his band, said it helped me get my life back. I resisted, but he insisted, and it changed everything. I met some amazing people, started playing again, and eventually began dating a woman. 45, kind, warm, the complete opposite of my ex. For the first time in decades, I was in a relationship where no one yelled at me or threw things at my head. But my ex still had keys to our old place. She'd occasionally stop by to drop off things for the kids. One day, she walked in and found my new girlfriend there. It didn't go well. That evening, she called, furious, demanding to know who the woman was and why she was in our house. I told her calmly, "My personal life stopped being your business the day you left." That didn't sit well with her. Over the past few months, she's gone completely off the rails because of my new relationship. She tried to friend request my girlfriend on Facebook, demanding she accepted so she could see who was around her kids. When my girlfriend refused, she called screaming that I needed to make her accept. My girlfriend took the phone and said, "I don't owe you access to my private life. If it's about the kids, we'll handle it through messages or calls."
After that, things got weird. Suddenly, my girlfriend started getting random friend requests from people who were all friends with my ex. Then, my ex began showing up at my house on weekends while I was at work, basically spying. One time, I was on the phone with my girlfriend when she whispered, "Your ex just walked in." When she asked what my ex wanted, the woman said she was just checking how much milk was in the fridge for the kids. My girlfriend told her we had everything under control, and she left. When I got home, I demanded she return the keys since she no longer lived there. She gave me a fake apology, then stole our son's keys to make another copy. Once our lease ended, my girlfriend suggested we move in together, mostly to get away from my ex's insanity. My ex tried to sabotage even that. She called the cops, claiming I was taking her stuff. When the officers asked her to name a single thing that belonged to her, she couldn't. Now, the kids stay with us every other weekend. They've told me their mom doesn't let them talk about what we do together. She doesn't want to hear it. But lately, she's been prying again, asking questions about our time. Honestly, it's just jealousy. We live by the coast, and when the kids are with us, we take walks by the ocean, play games, go to the aquarium. If they come home with prizes, she throws them away. And lately, I've noticed something strange. Whenever she drops the kids off, she looks almost exactly like my girlfriend. Same haircut, same color, same style. It's honestly disturbing.
Everything we do with the kids, she tries to copy the following week. If we go to the beach, she takes them there too. If we visit the zoo, she's suddenly going to the zoo as well. She finds out what we had for dinner, cooks the same thing, and even makes the kids tell her whose food they liked better. Last week, my son told me he wanted to live with us. He said, "Mom's lost her mind." You can bet I'll be using that in court. And just when I thought things couldn't get any crazier, she started sending me explicit photos out of nowhere. My girlfriend was sitting next to me when the pictures came through. I immediately told her I hadn't asked for them, that my ex and I never talked like that, and even offered to let her check my phone. She laughed, looked at the photos, and jokingly asked for my ex's number, saying she'd send some of her own just to show her how it's actually done. I called my ex right away and asked what the hell she was thinking. I told her my girlfriend saw everything and was furious. She claimed she'd sent them to the wrong person. Then my girlfriend chimed in, "Your name is the first alphabetically in his contacts, and your boyfriend's is at the very end. So who exactly were you trying to send them to?" The ex hung up immediately. Honestly, I have no idea what kind of game she's playing anymore. It's pure insanity. And just to clarify, my girlfriend didn't send her anything back. It was just a joke. She said she'd show her how it's done because those photos were laughably bad. Mirror selfies, no shirt, duck lips. My girlfriend just rolled her eyes at the lack of imagination. I don't live in the old apartment anymore. After I took back the keys, she used our son's to make herself a copy and kept breaking in. So I moved in with my girlfriend. The ex doesn't have access now. The kids don't have keys either for that exact reason. I'm currently fighting for custody. It's not easy since I'm not my daughter's biological father, but my name's on the birth certificate, which gives me legal rights. The ex has been prescribed medication, but I doubt she takes it. Whenever the kids come over, I check for bruises just to make sure no one's hurting them. Apparently, she even hit her boyfriend once, and he punched a hole in the wall, warning her that if she tried that again, he'd fight back. Comment: from what you've described, your ex sounds completely unstable, maybe even dangerous. You should talk to a lawyer and see about getting a restraining order. Update 1. Last weekend was my daughter's 6th birthday. It wasn't my scheduled time with the kids, but to my surprise, my ex asked if I wanted to have them for her birthday. Of course I said yes, and she even let me keep them for 2 extra days. I figured she and her boyfriend probably had plans and just wanted some kid-free time. But here's the weird part. This was the first time her boyfriend could have celebrated his own biological daughter's birthday, and instead, he just handed her off to me and my girlfriend. Tell me that's not messed up. Comment: he's a disgusting coward.
The kind of man who got another man's wife pregnant. Don't expect him to act like a responsible adult. Keep a record of his neglect. It might help in court. Poor little girl stuck between terrible adults. Update 2. Looks like karma finally caught up to my ex. On Saturday night, I got a furious text from her saying, I hope I was happy because I won. I know I shouldn't have replied, but I asked what she was even talking about. She sent a bunch of nonsense and then told me to go ahead and gloat, said I'd probably enjoy it even more since it's my fault something bad happened to her. I asked what exactly she meant, but instead of explaining, she went on a drunken rant about how all men are pigs and can't be trusted. That's when it hit me. She was drunk again, and her boyfriend had cheated on her. I didn't say a word. You can't reason with her when she's like that. I just read the messages, realizing she finally got what she deserved. She left me for my married friend, the same guy who'd already cheated on his wife multiple times. She was affair number 3. When I reminded her that the day she left, she said, I know what I'm getting into. Well, turns out she didn't. She thought she'd be the one who'd change him. Guess not. When she ran out of insults for me, she turned her attention to my girlfriend, said I was ugly as hell and that I could have any woman but chose a monster to replace her. My girlfriend is gorgeous, inside and out, and her ex clearly can't stand it. She's been obsessed, copying her looks, stalking her online, trying to provoke jealousy. Then she said something even more ridiculous, claimed I didn't actually love my girlfriend because it's impossible to fall in love with the first woman you sleep with after losing me. We'd been separated for a year before I even met my girlfriend, and it took me a long time to trust again. That trust, she earned it. Then my ex accused me of being with my girlfriend only because I lost my old apartment and was mooching off of her for a place to stay. She said, you're just pretending to love her because you're homeless. For the record, I had my own place, across the street from my ex. She intentionally rented nearby so I'd have to see her new boyfriend every day. When my lease ended, I moved in with my girlfriend and found work near her place. It was obvious she was trying to start a fight, but I didn't give her the satisfaction. And just when I thought her insults couldn't get dumber, she said, I'm sorry I wasn't enough for you. God, I wanted to scream. You left me. Did she forget who walked out and replaced who? She dumped me for a married man who cheats constantly. What a prize. Then she went back to insulting my girlfriend, saying we both knew deep down I still wanted her and that my girlfriend couldn't compare. That's when I'd had enough. I told her to contact me when she sobered up and turned off my phone. A few hours later, my girlfriend came home and asked what happened. I handed her my phone and said, read it for yourself. She read the whole thing, laughed, gave it back, and said, looks like he cheated on her. I nodded, and she was right. She told me my ex's narcissism explodes when she's drunk, and that she's just angry she can't come over and sleep with me out of revenge. I haven't heard from my ex since.
I guess, like always, the next day she reread all her messages, realized what she'd done, and felt like an idiot. Still, I'm sure she's back with him again. She just can't stand being alone. I'm so glad your new girlfriend just laughed it off. She sounds amazing. Definitely a huge upgrade from your ex. Yeah, my girlfriend's incredibly calm and grounded. It's strange, but refreshing. I got so used to my ex's constant explosions that this peaceful vibe still throws me off sometimes. You reap what you sow, man. Karma really knows when to show up. Just keep living your life. Looks like revenge really is a dish best served cold. Your ex sounds either completely toxic or straight up unhinged. Do you think that was a manic episode? I just hope the kids are safe. Can you get full custody? Yeah, I'm already fighting for custody. And I saved all those messages. Another reason why I didn't snap at her. My ex got cheated on by the very same guy she left me for. No surprise there. 3 days later, they were back together again. She literally has nowhere else to go. Now, she's stuck with him. Since then, apart from signing some divorce papers and the occasional text about the kids, I haven't heard a thing from her. And honestly, thank God for that. Still, I'm sure she's back with him again. She just can't stand being alone.
This Halloween, my brother's band got invited to play at a friend's annual event. They've been performing there for years. It's sort of a tradition now. My ex used to come with me before everything blew up, but last year she skipped it. That was around the time I found out she'd been sleeping with her best friend's husband, and that my 6-year-old daughter was actually his child. This year, no one invited her, but she showed up anyway, with the same guy she cheated on me with. I was furious. The event is strictly 18 plus, and she knew that perfectly well. I'm convinced she brought the kids just to get me kicked out. Security told her she couldn't bring children inside, but she stood there making a scene. Eventually, security came to me and asked if I could escort them out, and she immediately started yelling that I care more about some stupid party than my own kids. My friend, the event organizer, came over and said she could stay for 2 songs. Then she'd have to leave or he'd call the cops. I told him not to give in to her drama, but he said he was only doing it for the kids' sake. The night turned into a disaster. I was on stage most of the time, so I couldn't see what was happening in the crowd, but I heard bits and pieces between sets. Turns out my ex tried to start something with my girlfriend, and it did not end well for her. My girlfriend shut her down instantly and told her to stop using the kids as weapons. A lot of people saw it happen. When I finally got off stage, multiple people came up to me to explain what had gone down. My ex was glaring at my girlfriend from across the room, full of rage. And then, my daughter finished it off. She yelled across the whole hall, "I have 2 dads, my dad and mommy's boyfriend, who's my real dad." The room went silent. My ex turned beet red, hissed, "Thanks for embarrassing me," and stormed out. But my son refused to leave with her. He clung to me, crying, begging to stay. Her boyfriend eventually walked up to my girlfriend and asked if the boy could stay with us. She agreed, and even arranged with my friend to let him hang around until the end of the event. Later, we took him home with us. That entire night was pure hell. I must have apologized 1,000 times to my friend, my girlfriend, even my son, for dragging them into that chaos. I kept messing up songs during the set because my eyes were constantly scanning the crowd, terrified that another fight would break out. I didn't even know she had left the venue without her son until after our performance was over. When I took him home the next evening, she made sure to avoid seeing me. Her boyfriend came out instead, said she knew I'd be there and didn't want to talk about what happened. Then he apologized for everything and started venting about how she behaves. I cut him off, told him I'm not interested in discussing her anymore. Later that night, my son called me saying they were fighting again, screaming so loud the walls were shaking. Apparently, her boyfriend had finally snapped. He told her she still wasn't over me and accused her of being obsessed with my life. According to my son, he yelled something like, "What pisses you off more? That he's moved on and you can't crawl back to him? Or that if you hadn't cheated with me, he probably would have left you for his current girlfriend anyway?" That's what started it all. I could hear them yelling in the background. I asked my son if I needed to come get him, but he said no. I stayed on the phone until things finally quieted down. So yeah, that's where things stand right now. The divorce is still not finalized, but I've moved on. I'm done mourning what I lost. I just want to get my kids out of that mess. And yes, I'm still fighting for custody. She's furious because she can't come back. If you ever hear them screaming like that again while you're on the phone with your son, call 911. Get those kids out immediately. Child Protective Services will at least remove them for the night, and one of those 2 will probably face domestic violence charges. She's getting exactly what she deserves. Cheaters are never truly happy. They live in the fog of their own lies, and when it becomes real life, all the ugliness surfaces. Your ex knows he cheated before and will likely do it again, but she's stuck with him now. She's drowning in the consequences of her own choices. Stay strong and keep making your girlfriend happy. She sounds amazing. He was married when she slept with my wife and at least 2 other women that I know of, and she knew about it. When I confronted her on the day she left, she said, "I know what I'm getting into." She really thought he'd change for her. Yeah, sure. And that's pretty much it. What do you all think? Do you believe cheaters are just lost causes,
Or can people actually change if the circumstances are right? Personally, I think there are two types. Those who cheat because they need the thrill, and those who cheat because they're miserable and stuck in the wrong situation. The first type will always cheat. The second might stop once they finally find someone who fulfills them. Which one's more common? Hard to say, but I'm pretty sure it's the first.